Okay, we are live. My microphone is working, my camera is working, and my calculator is working. And is your fridge running? If so, you better go catch it. Alright. And I start this stream by complaining about technology because in the last 5 minutes, literally every piece of technology I touched just malfunctioned in some way or another. Starting with the fact that I start my streams a little bit earlier. So my stream is scheduled for 3. The ad that runs 1 minute into the stream for 3 minutes just finished. It is 3:04, which means that the ad started at 3:01. The problem is the stream started 4 minutes early because I was specifically trying to run the ad before 3 p.m. so that when 3 p.m. hit, the actual stream would start. But Twitch was just like, oh, my bad. Sorry, I was supposed to run an ad. Oh, shit. Okay, wait 3 minutes. So great job on that one, Twitch. It's the second time this happens. Also, before streaming, I was editing a 7-hour, 21-minute, and 59-second video, which is essentially just all my Doom porting streams. I'm trying to, edit, clean that up a little bit, put it all together, and yep. So it's a 7-hour fucking video, and that's already cut down. The actual, unedited footage is, I believe, 21 hours. Hey, Sean. You missed one live stream a while ago. You're not missing out on much if you miss one live stream. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so edited down 21 hours to 7 hours, and now I'm reviewing those 7 hours to edit down more stuff. I don't even know if I'm actually gonna end up publishing this thing or not. It's just experimental, so to speak. It's kind of a very different style because of the way that it's edited. So I'm not sure if it's something I want to do or not. But the point of that is I was doing that, so I went to pause it, and it didn't pause. It just didn't feel like it. So I had to figure out a way to get my computer to stop playing one of my old streams. Which it could have done for an entirety of 7 hours. But yeah, had to restart Final Cut Pro. I thought I would lose some footage, but no, I didn't. Luckily, everything was fine, and it seems to be working fine now. All right, that's the complaints about the technology that I was currently dealing with in the last 5 minutes. There's more. There's so much more. Jesus Christ. Yesterday, I complained about the dwarf. That may sound bad. The dwarf format. This piece of fucking shit right here. I talked about how in order to find out when your program crashes, it crashes on an address, you want to know what line of code that was. You want to get debug information, so it tells you what line of code, what file, what column caused the crash. Additionally, one function, but I currently don't support that, and I'm not in a hurry to support that. In order to get that information, you have to run an entirely different program with a state machine called a line program. That program has a header, and that header has something called a header length, which is not actually the length of the header. It is, in fact, the length of the header from this field until the end of it, ignoring every field that came before it, which is all of these. This here, the unit length, works very similarly. It's the size of the entire thing, so the header and the program, without this field. So everything from this point onwards. Why would you do it like this, and why would you call it length when it's not really the length? The explanation that I gave yesterday was this, and I stick to that one. Also, Jester slipped out of it, damn it. He's wearing a He's behind me. He's... It's a little bit messed up, but he's wearing a ghost costume. Which he doesn't really like, so I'm taking it off him, and he's using it as a blanket. Alright, about the goddamn dwarf format. I have good news for the aliens. If you are an alien, somehow watching this fucking stream to learn human computer science before you invade us, and you're like, shit, when we run our programs on their computers, how the fuck are we gonna debug them? Well, guess what? The dwarf format will probably support your debugging because it's so generic. Yesterday, I had it so that I could get the line number, column number, and file index of each address. So my program crashes at a specific address. I know what line of code, I know what column, and I know a number of a file, but not the name of the file. That's an index inside a table that's in the header. You have to look into that table to find out what file that is. Is that table like strings? No, it isn't, because it would be a little bit, redundant that every single one of these programs includes the name of each of the files that they use. Like, let me put it this way. Use a practical example. I ran it on this default process thing, right? So file 1 for this is default process. File 2 could be the syscalls file. File 3 could be string, for example. Not exactly like that, but just to illustrate very high level how it works. So you find an address, it tells you like, oh, I'm line 27, column 9, right? So this is where it crashed. Of file 1, you go into the table, you find the entry 1, and it's like, yeah, this is the file, but it's actually an address inside another table that actually has the file name. That way you avoid repeating file names all over the place. Reasonable. But Dwarf had one last fuck you for me, because that's not how it actually works. That is one of the ways that it works. You could get a file index that goes into a table, and the table then tells you an index into another table that gives you the file name. Again, good for removing redundancies. Not super complex, but this first table is encoded. Actually, let me show you the code for it. Because I've fixed this, and now we have stack tracing with file names and stuff for your user programs. Not for the operating system yet, but for the user programs. So that's pretty cool. But where do I need to go for this? Process loading dwarf.c. Here it is. Okay, like I said, it gives you an index into a table, and then that table is encoded with any of these formats. There's a few here that it probably won't include, but actually, any of these formats, of which only 2 are really necessary. The other ones are just there because just in case. I just put them in just in case. But they really shouldn't fucking happen. Like, for example, these block ones or data simply indicate that it's raw binary data. The encoding is raw binary data. Whereas this one indicates that it's indicating an offset inside of the other table, like I said, so the indirection type of stuff. Whereas this one indicates that it's a literal string. Okay, so I'm supporting 2 ways of getting the file name. You give me a file index into a table, and that gives me the file name, or you give me a file index into a table, and that gives me an offset into another table, and that's where I get the file name. A little bit more complicated, but it reduces redundancy. Why the fuck would we need all of these, this, and this? Also, I straight up like read the spec for this one, and I just put a print that says, great, now I gotta decipher whatever the fuck a DW form sec offset is, because I genuinely did not understand what it meant. So if this one comes up, it will fail. It really feels like when they were designing this format, they were standardizing it. Standardizing is a strong word because there is no fucking standard here. It supports literally anything that you want. So one compiler was like, hey, listen, for file information, what I do is I give you an index to a file, and then you go into a table and you look at the name of the file. And the people who made this were like, okay, yeah, we're going to support that. That sounds like a good way to do this. Then some other compiler came along and was like, yeah, okay, we thought about doing it that way, but we thought, hey, that is going to result into a lot of duplicate file names. So how about instead of the string directly, it gives you an offset into another table that has the string names. That way, the offsets are going to be duplicated, but that's only 4 bytes. Whereas the names are only going to be written once, and strings are bigger than pointers for the most part, so seems easier. And they're like, oh yeah, you know what? We're going to support both of those. And then some other compiler came along and was like, you know what? We like that idea from second guy, but guess what? I don't like his table. I don't want you to look into that table. I want you to look into this other table that I created, because I like it that way. What are you going to do about it? And the Dwarf developers were like, yeah, I guess we can support that too. And that's how we ended up with, I believe, this one. And some others were like, yeah, well, I want to make you roll a d20, and you have to roll a natural 20 in order to be able to know the name of the file. And the Dwarf developers were like, yeah, okay, we can support that too. Don't punch me. Sure, I'll do it. I'll do it right now. And some other ones were like, yeah, you have to read your horoscope. The planets need to be aligned, and depending on the constellations that you see, that's the file. Okay, we'll support that too, sure, yeah. Literally, a million different ways to do the exact same very simple thing. There's no goddamn reason why this format needs to be so complicated. I am this goddamn close to going to the beach, picking up a bunch of sand, learning how to turn that into silicon, learning how to make a fucking CPU out of that, and then building a computer entirely from scratch with no hardware, no software created by anyone else, because they've overcomplicated it so much. They've gone wrong at some point or another, and this shit is just proof of that. Oh, but what if in the future there's a different way of reading file names? What if in the present you have a million different ways that are completely unnecessary and redundant? Have you considered that one? Apparently not. Anyway, great job to the Dwarf developers. You've complicated something that's supposed to help us debug our programs. You've made it absolutely fucking unusable. You've made it ridiculously, stupidly complex for no goddamn reason other than, I'm assuming, so that you can say, yeah, we're really smart. We created this really complex format. You wouldn't get it because you're not a compiler developer. Anyway, this close to making my own compiler. Yesterday, I was this close. Look at my fingers. Okay? They're almost together, but they're not. That close to creating my own internet. Same thing that I wanted to do when I implemented the TCP protocol. Both of those things are still a possibility. By the end of the year, we might be running Redacted OS on its own fucking internet and on its own compiler and stuff. And I kind of understand Portuguese. It's similar to Spanish. For the most part, I don't have a really hard time understanding Portuguese. That's a fucking crazy change of topic. But yes, somewhat. Alright. I'm about to change the topic even more, because that was operating system development. But hey, let's test it out. Now, after all that fucking frustrating stuff that just makes me really sad about the state of the tech industry, because we've really just overcomplicated things so much for no goddamn reason. Makes me really sad. After all that, two things. At least I'm not... Wait, I was gonna say at least I'm not a React developer, but shit. Kinda becoming one at work, so... Cool. Never mind. Okay, one thing. We can now know where our program crashed. With file name, line, and column. Not the function. I'm not even gonna look into that. We have all the information we need. I don't care about anything else. And I've been a developer for, I don't know. First time I wrote code was 14, 15 years ago. Alright, we're gonna do a little test. We're gonna create a function A. We're gonna create a function B. We're gonna create a function test. Hey, Infinite Coder! Hello! And hello, Raiders. How you guys doing? How you doing, Infinite? How was your stream? We are gonna be doing some game development in a little bit. I literally just started. I've been streaming for 23 minutes, out of which like 10 of those were apparently ads. Hello, Infinite. But yesterday, I frustratingly worked on this godforsaken file format. So now my operating system has support for telling you exactly where your program is crashing in terms of file name, line, and column. So I want to showcase that. Rewriting memory stuff in one kernel. Nice. And anyway, working with this format made me really sad about the state of the tech industry being just overcomplicated and or overbloated. And in this case, complicated, not really bloated. But yeah. I'm just going to create an array. And then I'm going to access that array way past its boundaries. And this should crash the program. Oh, that's an error. Why is that an error, bro? What? No, that's not an error. Oh, have you worked with the dwarf format? Because fuck that format, seriously. I'm so ready to make my own compiler just so I don't have to do this. Oh, you have worked with compilers, actually. It's just so stupid. I was just saying that it feels like they tried supporting every possible way of representing a file name when it comes to like getting the actual file name. But like most of them are not really necessary. Like it feels like instead of creating a standard, they've just tried to include every possible way of doing something. This is how I was testing, so I'm really surprised on my laptop though. So I'm really surprised that Clang is complaining. But maybe it's just Clang complaining and the compiler won't. So I feel like that's how it's gonna be. But essentially, main is gonna call test crash. Test crash is gonna call A is gonna call B is gonna crash. We should see B, A, test, main in our call stack. Okay, everything's recompiling. Statement with no effect. Okay, so that's what it complains about. Interesting. It doesn't complain about the other thing, it just complains about that. Bro, what? 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 How did it just work? What? This should fucking crash? Multi-boot is also pretty stupid. A struct can be located anywhere in memory. It's your responsibility to not override it, even if it happens to be right below your stack pointer. Shit like this makes me think, like, you know what? Maybe we should not be writing software with backwards compatibility to the 1970s and 80s. It's okay to have a file format, a new file format for debugging that is more modern and not compatible with the old ones. It's okay if we have to support two formats for a little bit while we transition from an old one to a new one. We really don't need to overcomplicate things to this level. All right. Clang complains, but it lets me compile. And now it crashes. Beautiful. Okay. And it tells me exactly where it crashes. Default process.c, so that's the name of the file, that's correct. On line 81, which is the printf, that's where it actually crashed. And it says on column 5, that's not super, well, it is the printf function that's crashing actually. Then 85, so function A, that's crashing, which is being called by 89, which is being called by 93. All right, there we have it. At least we know when our program crashes, which line it crashes in. We don't know the function yet. I am not in a hurry to implement that shit because Jesus fucking Christ, I hated the entire process of doing this. It just felt like, why are you overcomplicating it this much? Why do you have to complicate things so much? You know that your x86 CPU boots. God damn it! What the hell? Why did my stream just crashed? Think we're good now though. Okay, stream died for a bit there. Server connection interrupted. Oh shit, this is not good. Alright, but I am online. Stream back. Okay, thank you. I was about to ask someone to confirm that we're back, but we are. Alright, seems like my internet failed there a little bit. Shit. There's gonna be an ad. Ugh. Hey, when this happens. No. Add in 31 minutes. No, add in 5 minutes. Alright. I'm gonna snooze it for a bit at least. What was I saying? Yeah, ARM started in 32 bits. Now their standard is 64 bits. But what if you want to run your processor in 32 bits? You can optionally move it back to 32-bit mode, not from 32 onwards to 64. So it is still, I believe, don't quote me on any of this because I'm not entirely sure, but I do believe you can run your processor in 32-bit mode. And in that case, I do believe like it works. You're able to do that backwards compatibility, but it's optional. With x86, you have to start in 16-bit mode and then move to 64. I'm not even entirely sure if you can just do it like in just one jump, or you have to jump from 16 to 32, 32 to 64. Not entirely sure because I've never developed x86 for that specific reason. I am just not interested in it at all. So, yeah, maybe we leave the last century and millennium of computing in the past where it belongs, and we just move on to, you know, 2025, writing software for 2025. 16 to 32 to 64. I believe that's how it is, but I've never done it. So again, don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on the ARM thing either, because I've never needed to use that. I understand backwards compatibility. It's not like every new version of software should just completely break everything. But like, I don't know. Maybe you can, at some point or another, just be like, hey, okay, we've done the backwards compatibility thing for a while. We're compatible with the 1980s. It is now the year 2025. Maybe it's time to move on. It's time to no longer have our software be compatible with 1980s software. And if somebody wants to run a game from back then, there are emulators. There are ways of making your processor run in lower architectures. I don't know what to call it, but yeah. Just make the backwards compatibility optional at the very least. Why do you have to do things this way? It's so annoying. Speaking of backwards compatibility, again, most of the times that you see something ridiculous like what I saw in the dwarf format, it's probably because of backwards compatibility. But guess what? This is the header of the dwarf line program. So the program that you have to run in order to know where your program crashed. Right? This is its header. It has, like I said, a unit length. Misleading name. It's not actually the length. It's the length from here to the end of the program. A version, which is like dwarf 5, dwarf 4. An address size. And then a segment selector. This field is new to dwarf 5. The rest are the same, but this one was actually just added in dwarf 5. Which means it's not really backwards compatible. It wasn't reserved before. So they've shifted everything past it by 1 byte. So if you want to read with a simple structure like this, the header, you can only do it for one format. You have to use different headers for different formats. But then the entire thing was built around concepts from, at the very least, a century ago. You do have to check the version, you do. And right now, if you don't have the version 5, I just tell you like, sorry, but fuck this format. But, yeah. Was that really necessary? Did we really have to do that? Whatever. So yeah, amazing work. The entire file format is rotten to the core. And it really makes me want to have my own GDB version, just so I don't have to use this godforsaken file format and I can use one designed in 2025. Alright, sadly my stream restarted, so there's an ad coming up on Twitch. So I'm going to run that, and then I'm going to start the game development. The segment selector, what is it used for? For this. That's my default response every time like I have to explain something in dwarf format. Why? What does it do? That's pretty much what they're doing. Their spec literally is just like a middle finger, so I might as well just follow suit. The segment selector is the size of the segment selector in bytes on the target architecture. And if it uses a flat address space, the value is 0. What in the genuine fuck are you talking about? Literally, what does that mean? The segment selector size field is new in Dwarf version 5. It is needed in combination with the address size field to accurately characterize the address representation on the target system. What the fuck does that mean? How is it so needed and I can just fucking ignore it? It just feels like, hey guys, you feel like too many people have figured out our format. Let's just sprinkle in a little bit more complexity for the sake of it. Oh, you may get the addressing wrong if you don't fucking... Please. Please, for the love of God, stop. Stop doing this. Anyway. Lucky for me, I don't have to comply to POSIX. I never made that a goal of mine, and I never will. Because again, it requires compatibility with 1969 software. For no particular reason either. It's Hey, Ice Storm. The entire thing is just stupid. I don't know what else to say about it. The worst part is even the Rust compiler uses it from what you said, G Studios, and not even the new version. The version 4. Version 5 came out in 2017. We're probably closer to version 6 than we are to version 5. And yet, the Rust compiler is using version 4. And I cannot imagine what extra complexities they're going to add to version 6 of the Dwarf format. They're going to be, oh my god, so amazing. You're going to have to talk to Cthulhu. You're going to have to acquire some arcane knowledge in order to understand. Wait, a segment selector is an actual thing? It's an x86 thing. So they added this extra field. It is a 16-bit binary data structure specific to the IA32 and x64 x86 64 architectures. It is used in protected mode and long mode. Protected being 16-bit, 32-bit, 32-bit, I believe. And then long mode must be 64-bit. Yeah. Its value identifies a segment in either the global descriptor table or local descriptor table. It contains 3 fields and is used in a variety of situations to interact with segmentation. You probably know about this way more than me, Ice Storm, since I've never wanted to touch x86, with the unfortunate exception of this computer being x86. But is it safe to say that this is a requirement because of the backwards compatibility of x86? Again, because we are needing to make this compatible with 1980s hardware? It feels like the developers of all these systems haven't been told we're in the year 2025. It feels that way. All right, that is over. We're in game development mode. Still uses segments. No, it says that it uses segments. It's just like, what the fuck are they? Like, what does it mean? Why is it necessary? Why? ARM is such a simple architecture, man. It's so beautiful. And RISC, for that matter, from what I've seen, what little I've seen, so similar to ARM, also looks pretty beautiful. Can't we just let Intel die after I sell my Intel stock? Anyway. Or, you know, maybe they can come up with a new architecture. Move on from the 1980s. Move to this century. That would be cool. And the Dwarf format. And POSIX. And TCP. That one's really hard too. That one is one where I understand backwards compatibility, because if you get rid of TCP or you change it in any significant way to fix its shortcomings, you end up with completely incompatible machines while you're doing that transition. So they're like HTTP is kind of trying to do it. They're trying to do Quick, I believe, is the name of their forgot the name of it. Packet over UDP instead of TCP. So it's faster, but it should still have a lot of the same, like, checking to make sure that it's all the data is there. And that's HTTP 3 that's using it. That one is the only case where I fully understand backwards compatibility, but even then, like, we are capable of supporting 2 different packet types. It's fine. It's a little bit of extra work for us to phase out the old and bring in the new, but in the process, we're also going to be phasing out, the old's problems, which is a pretty cool thing to do. We have to keep evolving. Technology keeps evolving, and the software and somewhat the hardware is evolving, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, okay, but I'm carrying around like 40 years of history with me. Just like, not necessary. At least that's the way that I see it. Like, we are able to move on. But okay. Luckily, we're not doing operating system stuff today. We're doing game stuff today. Well, we might do a little bit of both. I don't know. I need to start transitioning a little bit back into operating system stuff because the game is getting there to the point of being done, and I'm getting there to the point of kind of demotivated by this project. So maybe I need to transition a little bit. Like the architecture stuff that I built, ECS, the AI system, I'm really happy with the AI system. I'm okay-ish with ECS. But now that that's done, and I'm having to do like assets and little improvements for a game that I don't really want to be doing, motivation is hard to keep. So I should transition a little bit to OS development as well. I considered doing that with a Dwarf format yesterday, but I got to curse and complain without having to worry about demonetization when I was working on it off stream, so that was pretty cool. And also, the bug that I was having took me like 5 minutes to fix it. It was literally just me needing to double check a value, realize that it was wrong, fix it. So it would have been for a very quick stream in which it wouldn't even have put the viewers in context. So not amazing. All right. There, where did we leave off? Oh, yeah, there's some uncommitted stuff here. Just this, pretty sure. Okay. Essentially, what I want to do to consider the game finished is balance it. Right now, you can haunt a variety of different objects, including one that well, no, actually, I never finished that one. But one of the objects that I was trying to create yesterday might have had a little bit of a wardrobe malfunction in the DuckDuckGo safe search while I was looking for references, so I had to edit the VOD of the stream. Pretty sure it's still unpublished, by the way, so you might not be able to find it until after the stream when I turn it back on, but yeah. I edited that part out. And now it looks like this. Now we have a little nightstand, we have a bed, we have a few bedrooms. And we have invisible stairs, by the way. So we have chairs, we have a table, but you can see both of the chairs are facing the same way. We have a couch, we have a TV. And we have a kitchen. Well, the fridge is a little small. I should probably make the fridge a little bigger. So you can hunt any of these objects, including the cabinets, by the way. You can you can do this to the entire kitchen. I should probably disable that. Wardrobe? When did I say wardrobe? Oh, wardrobe malfunction is in, you know, the meaning for that word. But yes, it was a bookshelf that I was trying to look up when that happened. Yeah, so you can apparently just like rip the entire kitchen off the wall. That shouldn't happen. I should have disabled that. But yeah, you can haunt any of these objects, and anyone who sees them gets scared until they get too scared and they leave the house. But there needs to be a whole lot of balancing for that. Also, there's a bug in how you hunt objects. There needs to be some balancing because now that people are I balanced that for when people were all in the same room. All the objects were in the same room and they weren't constantly leaving the room. So that means that, you know, it was very likely that they would see the object being hunted and be scared by it. But now, if I possess this wardrobe with this nightstand here, the people on the other room are not going to be able to see it. Maybe their fear is going to decay too fast. So we want to balance that. In order to balance that, we need to know what their current fear level is. So to do that, we're going to draw a little debug fear bar, simply indicating their current fear level. For purposes of debugging. Okay. It shouldn't be difficult at all, actually. I should be able to create a function called draw debug bar, which takes a start and a size and a color, and just fb draw. A bar is 2 rectangles. Yes, exactly. Actually, one thing that's missing is the fill. Drawing. No, it's actually called fill rectangle for the current draw context. Start.x, start.y. Its width is going to be the size width, or x. Its height is going to be the size y. And its color is going to be, let's say, white. And then on top of that one, we're going to draw another rectangle. Except this time, we're going to multiply the width by the fill value. And we're going to make sure that fill is clamped between 0 and 1. And this one, we're going to color with the color that you specify. We're not going to keep this. That was from the other function. We're going to expose this function so we can access it from somewhere else. That would be here with a little semicolon. We're going to go back to the fear reaction code, and that's where we're going to be doing the drawing. And here should be fine. Draw debug bar. Where are we going to do that? A little bit above their head. So it could be like even just getting the transform dot location with a vector to subtract. And its size is going to be a fixed size of 1 by 0.25. And the fill is going to be taken from the F current divided by F max. That's not the full formula because there's also a minimum that I need to consider. If I'm not mistaken, all I need to do is subtract that value from both of these. In order to standardize the damn thing to 0 to 1. And then its color is going to be a, let's say, red. But I forgot a closing bracket. No, I didn't. What's your problem? Oh, I forgot a closing parentheses. All right. So that should draw it, but I have a question. Where I'm doing the draw debug line. Am I multiplying that? No. Am I multiplying it in here? Oh yeah, the multiplication happens here, which I forgot to do entirely. For the sizes, so shit, that was probably not right. Hold on. Here and here. Here. Wrong parenthesis side, I mean. Open two parentheses here. Close this one. Attach this. And bada bing, bada boom, we should have it. Should be done. It is a game for Redacted OS, yes. Are you afraid yet? Let's find out. I'm afraid not. Sorry about that one. Okay, so what's failing? The rendering, the calculations, the color, the fear? Who the fuck knows? Who knows? All right, test number 1. Are you debugging? Are you trying to render the bar, which it's not currently being rendered? Wait, I just realized. Hold on, I'm pretty sure I know what's happening. They're all probably here. No? Weird. But like, no, I'm using the transform location. Minus 0.5, that should be correct. Oh, camera position X? I put camera position X literally everywhere, didn't I? Yeah. That one's definitely not helping. Do you run now? Nah, still nah. Should be able to use this new macro I created yesterday for printing only for one entity. That should tell me where it's trying to draw. Here. And here. All right, hold on. I have to put it here. God damn it. No. Who declares this camera position? ECS core. All right. Still no? No, it's declared by game.h. So it's... No, it's not declared at all, because it's a float. It's a float, not a vector too. Which one are we looking for? A camera position. Wait, what the fuck is camera position, bro? Oh, that's exclusive to here. Fuck. Okay. Just gonna do the easiest thing I can do. Just get rid of this. And pass the entity ID here. To the macro is accessible. What isn't accessible is the entity ID. So I need to pass it in here. There. That should do it. And of course, render only for one entity. So only if you haven't created an entity before. If no debug focused entity, then focus debug entity. Fuck's sake. What? Did I just activate a breakpoint? How did I do that? We don't even have a debugger on this thing. Alright, but wait, I gotta make sure that the first human that gets created is the one that the player can see. So it should be, because it's the human being created in bedroom 00, which is where the player is placed. So that should be okay. Yeah, indeed. From the looks of it... Oh shit. Oh, this is a problem. It's drawing it. This is a problem. it is drawing it, and then on top of that, the sprites are being rendered. So it's not being drawn. Why is this one visible though? Feels like this one shouldn't be visible. Oh, I see. Because I have a different system to draw it. And that system is set up as the last system to be set up. ECS is cool until it isn't. I should have a system to render all debugs, but this isn't even technically necessarily a debug. It's a thing that you want to have, I guess. How am I opening and closing random things? How do you open this? Control Shift E? I did not press all that to make it disappear. I didn't do all that. I can tell you that much. Really, it's as simple as doing this. It's not particularly complicated. The only thing is, for whatever reason, I left an L here when it should have been an F. And now it compiles. So now we go into register system. Where is that? Yeah, I'm pressing random key bindings for sure here. All right, we register the fear or the debug, the fear debug. Yeah, the fear debug on the render level. That should render it at the top. So this one I don't want to generalize for debugging, but maybe the other one I will. Motherfucker. You were supposed to work. How dare you? Is it being called? Is the new system being called? Now we gotta do this whole song and dance again. It is. For entity 27, which I believe is that guy over there. All right. So care to explain why the fuck you're not rendering? Please. Please render. Please, for the love of God, render. You know what? The width and the height don't actually need to be offset like this. I was a little bit stupid. Because that's probably kind of making it not render properly. I love when there's like two completely different bugs preventing something from... Motherfucker, it's three completely different bugs. Oh my god. No, but it does need to be multiplied. It's a million different bugs. That's what it is. You have like completely unrelated bugs all working together to prevent something from working. So you fix one of them and you're like, okay, now it's gonna work. And it's like, no, it doesn't. Oh, because there's this other bug that was also preventing it from working. Still doesn't. Oh, because there's this other bug that was also preventing it from working. Really makes you feel intelligent like a good programmer. See, and we don't have debug information for the kernel yet, so we have this, but we don't have a symbol resolution yet. Because I don't know if that's being loaded into the kernel or if I have to access it myself. I am God's chosen programmer. Or whatever the hell Terry Davis said. Except, you know, he probably said that after not failing a million times at something so basic. But what the fuck do I know? Also, instead of drawing a bar, I could have just followed one guy, but whatever. I gotta test that the fear actually works. So I gotta follow one guy. Here, where are we going? To the bed? Okay. Well, the bed is... I fear... stuck. Why is everyone coming to this bedroom? Oh, it's raising, it's raising, it's rising. They're starting to get afraid. Alright. Where are you going? It's not super snappy, especially the movement. I gotta make some improvements to that. Also, the movement of the object is super slow. Ah! Alright, so you can see I'm starting to scare them, but it's not doing a whole lot. They move too fast. The objects move too slow and their movement is too limited. Also, whatever the fuck is happening right now, I have no idea what that is. Bro, where even am I? I'm the couch. Yeah, not being able to move properly is really not helping. It's too hard to play like that. Alright, thing number 1 is done, which was getting a bar for their fear on top of their heads. It is funny, there should be like a ladder or something, but I haven't bothered creating that. Yeah, why did I declare... Oh, because it needs to be in setup. Okay, we're good. Okay, the actual collision of an object needs to be determined. It's currently determined by the AB. This AB right here. But it needs to be determined by the actual size of the object, because right now a lot of the sprites have a lot of empty space to them. That empty space still contributes to collision, and that's why I'm trying to move a bed when it looks like I should be able to, but I'm not able to because it's colliding with the invisible part of the nightstand, for example. So the nightstand has like this little bit of extra space to it. The bed has this little bit of extra space to it. And when these two invisible parts of extra space collide, especially like this top part of the bed also, makes the entire thing collide. And we don't want that. So we want to cut these images down as much as possible when it comes to actually calculating their collision boxes. So how do we do that? We're going to simply determine their... We can pre-calculate their AB. Fuck, wait. It needs to be like an offset inside. Oh my god, hold on. Hold on. It's not that simple. It's never that fucking simple. Okay. I can just crop down the images. That's literally the easiest way to do this. But when I move an object, I'm moving it from here. So that needs to stay the same. The collision is the one that needs to be changed. Calculated as an offset inside of the other. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna do it like that. Essentially, the location of the object. What this will do is tell us where the object's pixels actually start and where they end, reducing the collision box as much as possible, and it's going to be used as a as an offset. No, I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe not as an AABB, and instead we'll just make it like a collision offset and vector2 collision size, like that. It is still kind of an AABB in terms of structure, but it's a little bit simpler. Okay, so this is gonna tell us how much to add to the location to get from here to here. And the other one is going to tell us how much to reduce from the size to go from here to here. Yeah. Should I add it to its own component? Nah. So I just have to edit it in these places. And do a... Wait. All right. A few changes I need to make. First off, this. Not necessary. Second, we're going to calculate the collision box for this with a sprite S. Okay. And then we're gonna call it here. Calculate collision box. Hey, penguin. Sprite list, human EID. Okay. This needs to be done pretty much everywhere. Actually, not that we're creating a transform, but a sprite. Which is a human, an object, and the player. Okay. Now to actually calculate that. I had a link back in the day, way back in the day, for this. God knows where that is now. Maybe I saved it to my file here. I wasn't smart enough to do that. I was not smart enough to do that. Here it is, though. This is not it. This is not it. AABB. Slab method. We're getting close, but we're not quite there yet. Might as well just clean up some stuff here. Syscalls, TV pixel art, backed pixel art, asprite, 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 asprite. Fuck this. Apple Talk. iOS 17 design. I don't think we need that. Couch. Oof. Oh, there's more tabs. Okay, I thought we're done with that. No, there's all this. I mean, would it really be that hard to implement? Without needing to find any reference for it? What I call vibe coding, just without an LLM. Actually, there's more considerations to be done. It's the fact that the sprite actually gets resized. With a scaled image. But the math is just this, essentially. Fuck. I did not even consider that part. Oh my god. Lord in heaven. Hold on. I may be able to use this in my favor, actually. So I don't have to call this function. I have to call this function. And I don't have to call this function. And then I can just go to this, right? Resize sprites. Yeah, and once you've already done the resizing, if the transforms collision size is 0, now we can do a call to this function, a lot simpler. Okay. Seems a lot simpler. Hello, C Films. I'm doing okay. How are you? All right. So what do I actually want to do? I want to use the scaled image's width and height to scan the image, find the first and last pixels, and use those to calculate the size of the image. There, that's how you do that. That's how you do that, okay. Wait, will this initialize both of them or just one of them? It doesn't matter, I have to initialize them manually anyway. It's supposed to be height. That. Okay, and then the max get initialized at 0. Okay. And then we can check each pixel of the image. And if that pixel is currently filled, so let's do that. If s scaled image y times s scaled image scaled info width plus x. Wait, the image is hold on. The image is not a uint32. If x is less than the minimum x, then the minimum x becomes x. If x is bigger than the maximum x, then the maximum x becomes x. If y is smaller than the minimum y becomes y. And if y is bigger than the maximum y becomes y. Let's see if this gives me any reasonable results. Sprite of size. Wait, I think I have the sprite name somewhere. No, I don't. No, I don't. Oh shit, I don't have that. Well, I can do a focused print. Is there any way that you can watch this from the beginning? The entire project or today's stream? The entire game project, the entire operating system project, or the entire... okay, the other one you already said no. You will find some of the VODs for this on YouTube. You can type exclamation point YT into the chat. That should give you a link to it. You will also find some... the only VOD you won't find is yesterday's. I had to do a little bit of editing, and I haven't published it after that yet. But should be able to find it. And then you'll also find some videos from before I started streaming. No, not scaled images, scaled info. Okay. And then min x, min y, max x, max y. Ok. And then it is going to run this every single time. So we kind of don't want that. But don't care too much. If anything, if the value changes, we're kind of in trouble there. All right. And if it crashes, we'll know exactly where. Thanks to the new debugging. No thanks to Dwarf. Sprite of 92 by 92 actually starts at 86. At 086 and ends at 9191. Not so sure about that. That should be this old bitch right here. Can we open with image preview? Can that tell me pixel indexes? Did that even do anything? That didn't do anything. Interesting. No, it cannot do anything like that. So that's entirely wrong. Entirely wrong. It should start here, whatever that is. And here. And at 91 is correct for the y-axis, but not for the x-axis. The x-axis, it should end here. It also doesn't start at 0, so that's wrong. Alright, gotta look at what I did wrong there. I initialized the minimums to the maximum possible value and the maximums to the minimum possible value. This is correct. What may not be correct is this. But should be pretty correct for that matter. Entirely wrong. Entirely wrong. Is that its bar? Why is it drawing there? Oh, come on. What broke? What broke in the last 5 minutes? In code that I didn't even touch? What happened? How does this keep happening? I hate programming sometimes because shit like this happens all the time. Yeah, absolutely fucking amazing. Let me see what it prints for the first non-blank pixel. Prints multiple times, so that's kind of a mistake. Oh, that's doing it for multiple. Right, it does run that for multiple times. That's okay. It says that the image is 88 by 88 and the first non-blank pixel is located at 80, 82. I fear that is not correct. I fear that's it, I fear. There's a dog behind me, by the way. And he was making weird noises. Okay, what am I doing wrong? This is a Y, this is a Y, this is height, this is Y, this is X, 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 width. The indexing is correct. And yet, it says that the first it is a scaled image, yes. I need to do it on the scaled image because that's the one that actually has... Because I need to convert those pixels to a size at the end. So yeah, it's easier to do it on the scaled image. Also, another interesting thing is that it's the first non-blank pixel here, 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 and here. Which means you fucking lied to us. Because I'm checking if max x is equal to 0. The first non-blank pixel is 80. So x 80 is bigger than 0. So this one becomes 80. Why the fuck are you printing it again and again and again and again and again? That doesn't make any sense if you ask me. But what do I know? I'm just the guy who wrote the code. Okay, there's an ad on Twitch, so let me run that and be back in 3 minutes. We're back, unfortunately. Because coding can sometimes be a pain in the ass. Like, for example, when this thing that should only print once prints this many times. Including a value that is way above what it should be? Oh, but it's printing for every single entity. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, that might fix that. Okay. Alright. A little less shitty. Still pretty shitty. Where was he floating off to? Bro, this game breaks the more you run it without making any changes to the code. I don't get it. I haven't changed the code at all, and all of a sudden people are floating. All of a sudden the thing that I made work 5 minutes ago no longer works even though I haven't touched it. The goddamn thing is cursed. It is actually haunted. By a real ghost, not by the little player ghost. By an actual fucking ghost. Because what is happening? What in the name of fuck is happening? This makes no sense. Did ChatGPT put a fucking LLM in this shit? Like a neural network, not an LLM? Where are you going? Where are you what is up there for you? There is nothing for you there. What is it doing? I literally added this new function, added these new properties, and I haven't even put them anywhere. Genuinely, what changed? What broke this system so much without any changes? How can this possibly happen? I stashed that code and all of a sudden it works. What the actual fuck? What the fuck? I'm literally not changing any values, but I'm gonna try something. I wonder if just adding those new properties just messed something up so badly. Or maybe because I didn't clean, it didn't fully pick up on these properties being there, and then something offsetting is happening. Yeah, that's literally it. Okay. Makes sense. Unclean compilation. Ooh, that was fucking something. Alright, and now the output makes more sense. It's still not right, but it makes more sense. Okay. So they were essentially like overriding each other's values. Essentially, it's something weird like that. I don't know exactly. But the memory was all messed up, all unaligned. That was happening. Cool. I still need you to tell me how, in the name of Jesus Christ, it is possible that this sprite, the first pixel that is actually visible if the sprite is 90 by 90, which is, it's resized, so that's not the full size. The full size is 64 by 64, but then it's being scaled. Okay, to 90 by 90. How is the first blank pixel at 8286? How? But also, then you find out that at 1486 is the first one. So here maybe we can assume that this is the first. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But top left pixel. Okay, so the bounding box should start here and end here. It should be this, but it's not. Instead, it says that it starts at 1486, so probably around here, and it ends at 8989, so here. That is so incorrect. But another thing that bothers me is the first non-blank pixel it found was at 8286. But then you see that the minimum on the x-axis is 14. So why is this 86? That just makes no sense. It's just so unreasonable. Game dev and OS dev are weirdly strange, yeah. You deal with different issues. OS dev, you deal with a lot of mathematical issues. Game dev, you deal with physics issues, mathematical issues. Yeah, they're both amazing fields, to be honest, but this makes no fucking sense. All right. Again, I'm iterating top to bottom. I just don't fucking know what is happening. And the problem is because the image is resized, I cannot really know which pixel it corresponds to easily and figure that out, but whatever. One thing I do want to know, it's what's the pixel? Because if I happen to be reading the data wrong or something, the pixel is 0101. The problem with resizing the image manually is I'm going to have to do it every single time I run the program, because I'm gonna draw slightly different windows and they're gonna be slightly different sizes every single time. The pixel FF000101 probably is the black outline pixel. As to why it's 0101 and not 00, I don't know. It looks pretty black, but we can't really know. Is there a color picker on Linux? Not on the system itself. Yes, there is. No, that's software that you can install. Okay, we're not doing that. Does this tell me image? No. Well, Mac can do it. That's all I'm willing to say about that. It doesn't matter. I'm assuming it is one of the black pixels because they're pretty black. I don't know if they're exactly black or there's a one color value, but Either way, they'll show as black. Which is what we expect to find in the first pixel. It's gonna be black. But it isn't. Fuck. All right. Is all I can say. Because how do I even debug this? It would be cool to do it visually, but it's so hard to do. Firefox has an eyedropper. The green is... Yeah. That is a surprisingly one value off. It's supposed to be 13, not 12, but yes. If you are able to catch it, here it is. Although I feel like it's just gonna be black or very close to black. So I don't expect it to be too... I feel like the value is correct. I feel like what's incorrect is the 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Interesting. Very surprised as to why here it's printing as slightly more than that, but whatever. The point is, we're still getting... Wait, hold on. First off, this is the actual image. So maybe the formatting is changing it a little bit, but this is where it should start. Up here, very close to the top. Not very close to the bottom. So I'm really surprised by that. And can I just check the alpha? I feel like that's gonna be easier. I just check the alpha. No, that didn't change anything. Been about 6 months of working on this. On the game, it's been 2 weeks. On the system, it's been 6 months. I'm so confused. Okay, but you know what I can do to debug? Instead of using the... whatever. Instead of using the scaled info, I can use the image info. And instead of using the scaled image, I'm just going to use the base image. And that, hold on, just info. That should at least give me the size on a 64 by 64, which I can then check. Okay. 64 by 64 starts at 0.58 and ends at 63.63. That is so fucking incorrect. Chimp. I need your help. Dum 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 dum. Okay, here it is. This is our image, right? Here we have him. Okay. starts. On the x-axis, it should be 15. On the y-axis, it should be on the maximum, it should be 43. Entirely wrong. And it says that the first non-blank pixel is 58 by 58. I really don't understand how that is happening. I genuinely do not understand how that is happening. Because the bounding box is something like this. Not super accurate, but... $44.64. 14.15. All right. I'm expecting to go through the first row and nothing happens, but eventually you will find an image value. Like, what is that? What? I might win this calculation wrong. So that's the only explanation I can possibly come up with. It's probably not the only one, but I don't know. Let me see in the draw library. Yeah, that's correct. That's how it's being done here too. Y times width. Don't think this is gonna affect anything, but I'm so confused. This is so stupid, but what else am I supposed to do? It's only 64 by 64 values that are gonna get printed, so in about a year we should be done. Are they all zeros? What? This is concerning as hell. The base image is already loaded, right? It's gotta be. Every single value is 0? Oh, suddenly it's not. Okay, so it's the way that I'm reading the values is weird. For whatever reason. Wait, let me take out the sprint now. Okay. Starts at 1415 and ends at 4463. Yes. That is exactly the values I was expecting. Lord, what the fuck was that? Alright, but now, instead of using the info, we gotta use the scaled info. And instead of using the base image, we gotta use the scaled image. And then the transforms the collision offset. It's going to be the reverse of this. So it's going to be the minimum x, which is in pixels, divided by the camera multiplier. And the maximum, no, the minimum y divided by the camera multiplier as well. And then the size that we're determining, collision size, it's going to be kind of similar to that. So let me just copy that. It's going to be this, except it is going to be doing max something minus that value. Okay. And that's gonna give us this. Offset y, collision size x, collision size y. If you're removing the scaling anyway, we're able to note the scale image. I'm not removing the scaling. I was doing that for testing. So that I could get the values. Okay. 95 feels a bit high. Unless the human's size is 2. It is. Okay. So the collision starts at roughly the middle of the sprite and roughly the half of the sprite. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Beautiful. Incredible. And now, when we calculate the AB, is this the only place where we're doing it? There's also this. To the location, we want to add the offset. And to the size, we want to use this one. Well, we want to default if we don't have a right value for it. So we don't just want to replace it blindly. Sizea and sizeb. And then we kind of want to do the same thing over here. Sizea. We're on top of doing this. Oh shit, hold on. This is using the location too. We need to offset it. Loca. It's going to be vector 2 add t location t collision offset and locb is going to do the same thing for t2 location t2 collision. You're going to use locb. You're going to use loca. And now, of course, I have to do the same thing on the other one. Where instead of using the location... Damn it, that was wrong. Damn it, that was the wrong place too. Locb. Cool. Will any of that work? I sure hope so, otherwise I might just quit using computers. Yes! Yes, it works! It fucking works! Holy shit, it works! As to why you're floating. Put stuff on top of the bed? No, it will go like up here. Let me see. Damn it! There's an entire bug with possession that's just so dumb. But okay, I'm gonna possess the nightstand. You piece of shit. That didn't work. Alright. I'm going to possess the nightstand. I'm going to put it on top of the bed. It's going to go there. I'm going to move it more. It's going to stay there. Yeah. So it's not perfect because it is still rectangle collisions. Nothing else, but it's better than nothing. It should make moving objects a lot simpler. So you can still collide with stuff, but it's less likely. All right. We're getting to the point that this is actually done, technically. Okay. But moving the objects right now is very slow. The reason for that is so funny. Everything used to be twice as fast as it is right now. I realized that this register systems that essentially instantiates each of the systems that then updates the game logic. I was running this function twice. All of the systems were registered twice. So whenever you moved, it moved twice as fast. So twice per frame, so twice as fast. So now all the objects move super slow. Oh, what? Oh, I tiled it. Okay. I did not remember that was a thing. So you want to make objects a little bit faster, not smaller, faster. Advanced algorithm for sprite collision I did see using the AABP for fast check, and in case a collision moved by one pixel row, either dx or dy, and check for non-overlapping, non-transparent pixels until pixel collision. Nah. I understand, but nah. Thanks to whoever created it. Not interested though. Yeah, it does get a bit complicated. It's a pretty good system. It's pretty good. Because it's optimized. Alright. I'm not gonna lie. The game... It feels incredibly complicated to get them to look at you. Let me put it that way. I feel like that's the biggest... Why is the mouse so slow? What the hell's happening to it? Like, okay. By the time that I possess the bed and make it move, he's already not looking at the bed anymore. By the time that I do that, he's already not looking at the bed anymore. So I chase him. And then the whole thing just glitches. And you absolutely do not need pixel perfect collision. He's going that way. See, I'm only now starting to scare that guy. He's already trying to leave. This possession bug is something I'm gonna have to look into, but I'm gonna need to rethink their logic for being scared, because the way that it works right now is just too hard to even make them scared, let alone keep them scared. In addition to the fact that the code for them seeing an object doesn't even rely on them actually seeing the object, but on seeing the point, the top left of the object, the origin of the object. So honestly, might get rid of that and see how that goes. It's still based off of distance, so it's not like they're gonna be going. It's not gonna make the game super simple, but ooh, okay, yeah. At least I can do something now. He's going from bed to bed. Oh no, he's just moving down. Guys, the entire kitchen cabinet is moving. Isn't that fucking terrifying to you? Doesn't that just scare the shit out of you? Your entire kitchen is broken. It came off its hinges. Alright, it's playable. It's playable this way. It's not super realistic, but kind of works. Are you not getting scared, my brother? Different objects should definitely scare them more, yeah. Multiplier should also come from the object. It's like, hey, the couch is floating. The TV is floating. No, 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 not the bug again. I'm taking the TV with me. I feel like they're just not scaring. Like they reach a certain level and then they don't get scared anymore. Although to be fair, I'm not focusing on one guy, but yeah, I'm not seeing their fear grow. Oh, yeah, one guy got just frozen there. I don't know what's happening to him. Oh, one left. Okay. Hey, I scared one. I did it. I fucking did it. Oh, he's losing his fear, but okay. That's kind of to be expected. Now, as to why they're all stuck here? Oh, they're not really getting scared. I mean, they're not really stuck. They're trying to take care of their fear. Like, that is the need that they're prioritizing at this point, because it's really high. Except you can't do anything about it. So they're just stuck there. Flee, you little bitches. Flee! How many of there are there? Oh, 6, okay. You too, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. This is my house. Alright. Alright, we've done it. We've done it. First official victory of the game. Okay, now that I've successfully scared away all the humans in my house, it is time to bring the cabinets back where they belong. And the indicator, no, it doesn't freeze. I don't know why it still shows, but if I go here, you don't see it anymore. Oh, no, it does freeze. I didn't notice that. To be fair, that's a debugging thing, so we don't care about it. Alright, now the house is mine. Oh, gotta put the chair back. Alright, Ghost Game works. Cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna get rid of this. Home Alone again? Yeah, until they turn it into an Airbnb. If it is an Airbnb, it should be legal to kill all the residents, by the way. Alright. Cool. If I gave them more needs, I could make them like The Sims 1 at the very least. In terms of AI complexity. Wonder if I can mess with just one guy. That'd be cool. They're all getting a little bit scared. Shit, this bug. Oh no. It didn't happen the first time, it happens now. I don't understand why. Maybe I should look into that. The camera position is affected by the camera follow component. The camera follow component is given by it's a pretty simple system. Should really not be failing here. Where essentially, if the sprite is made invisible, the camera follow is detached from it. If the sprite is made visible, the camera follow is attached to it. I don't understand what else is, why this keeps happening. But I do suspect this little input bug it is removing it. That's the thing. It is removing it. Like, if the ghost is visible, it should detect that the ghost was... I feel like the input is a little bit weird still. And that may be causing double input here. Since that is a thing that happens sometimes. Except I forgot where I put the fix for that. Wasn't it in keyboard? Last registered, here it is. $50. Let's raise that to 75. And see how that goes. See if it feels like double input. Like, why is the player still moving now when I'm not pressing any keys? That doesn't make any sense. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Does the nightstand scare you? Does the bed falling scare you? It should. Hey, is your refrigerator running? God damn it, you ruined my joke. Is your refrigerator running? You better go catch it. Alright, it's... Why am I following a table right now? That doesn't make any sense. Because the only place where you update this is you put the camera following the player to begin with. So far, so good. Then you swap the camera follows. There's no way for one of these to run without the other one also running. And without, for example, the sprite for the player running. So if the player is visible, then they should be followed by the camera. Though I have to admit, I also don't know why exactly I used a different camera follow component when I could have just used a possessed component. So let me see what happens if I just switch the system to use that. Might at the very least fix that bug. It didn't. Tiny issue. You you can't really get movement if an object is not being followed by the camera. It's literally the same component. If you find it here, you must find it in the other place too. It doesn't make any sense. I'm so out of options here because I don't even know. Okay. We're moving whatever object is currently possessed. If an object is possessed, it is being followed by the camera. That's all there is to that. And it is being given input. As to how it's possible that one of those things happened but not the other one, I just don't get it. And why only this causes this issue? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Do I have access to the camera position from here? This is so frustrating because it makes no sense. You don't even know where to begin to debug something that there's so many different things that prevent it from happening. The logic must be failing somewhere, but you don't know where. The thing that I can see is this one sees one possessed. Does the other one? Cam follow. How many times per frame does it run? Does it run on multiple entities? That's the only explanation I can think. Switch back to 18. Yeah, it's running multiple times now. Okay. That explains that. What isn't explained still is why it's happening. Something about this is failing. Sometimes. Okay, let's see. Possessor, target, CID. Is this possessor being used by anyone or anything? It's really only being used to see who is capable of doing possessions. That's it. I believe. See, and this can fail if we don't have a collision. But this should never fail. Unless for whatever reason we're trying to not possess an entity that unpossess an entity that isn't possessed. That's the only way that I can see that this could be failing. Another thing that I could see is that this is hard to read. So let me get rid of that. There's an ad, so I'm gonna be back when that's over. And we'll see what's going on. Okay, I'm back, and don't be scared. It's a ghost. Oh god. I put that on him without really looking. So it doesn't look amazing. Poor thing. Sorry, I'm gonna take that off you. I know my culture is not your costume, so don't put that on. Alright. Anything to say before you leave? No? Cool. Please leave. Thank you. Hope the not very well fitting ghost costume didn't scare anyone. Alright. Not gonna lie, I really don't want to debug this. I'm like protesting the fact that this is happening. Oh, my hand smells like dog now. Go shower. Oh, the bug immediately Holy shit. Okay, did I just figure it out? Wait, did I just write the Song of the Summer? I think I figured it out. It's happening when you possess a human. You're colliding with a human, which shouldn't happen. That's it. We've cracked this case. I've done it again. It's who said that? Probably a lot of people said that debugging is like trying to solve a murder case where you are both the investigator and the perpetrator. So whoever said it more elegantly than I just did. I don't remember, but let me look it up. It's like being a detective in a crime movie where you are both the detective and the criminal. Yeah, exactly. Wait, who said that? Alright, I'll be right back. My hand smells like dog. That's... You need to shower. Okay, so Jester got offended and left when I said that. It's only the truth. I'm sorry if truth offends you. But I think we figured out the bug. If No, this can't be. No. Shit. It should only collide with possessable objects. So this is that's not the solution I thought it was. Checking the collision between the player and any possessable object. But it does happen when you collide with a... Let me get just a human. Nothing happens. God, it's hard to get just them without any objects. I can move the objects out of the way and then test. I mean, the issue is that one. It's pretty clear. Why am I recompiling the entire operating system every time? Hold on. Alright, I need to test you guys, so I need to get rid of this. That makes me possess the bed. Even though I'm colliding with the humans. No, maybe I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. What I'm colliding is still the object. I am so confused by this bug because I don't even... Oh my god. It's two bugs that are really annoying. The first one is that he keeps moving. Sometimes. Like when you're not pressing anything. And that's an input bug that's been there since the very beginning, but no matter how much I fix it, it comes back. Then it just gets worse. And none of them have any like obvious reasons why they happen. So you don't really understand what's going on. How? What is happening? I'm here, right? I'm trying to possess. Why am I possessing the bed right now? How are multiple objects being possessed at the same time? I have so many questions, and I don't even know how to begin debugging this. Because then the ghost... This is so frustrating. Okay. So I'm trying to possess one object, and I do, because when I depossess the object, the ghost ends up where that object is. But the entire time I'm actually moving a completely different object that was nowhere in the way. And yet, does this find unique by any chance? It breaks. That's fine. It only runs once. Does check collision only run once? Oh, this one doesn't. So this may be the cause. It might be running for multiple objects when they're overlapping each other. In that case, both objects will think they're possessed, but only one will really be possessed. And then you won't unpossess the object that you're possessing. That one would explain 2 out of the 3 bugs that are happening. So pretty good candidate, right? I get here. I'm possessing one object alone. Unpossessing it. Repossessing it. Unpossessing it. Repossessing it. Unpossessing it. Duck season. Rabbit season. Duck season. Rabbit season. Rabbit season. Duck season. Shoot. I think it works. It's hard to tell because it's not a bug that happens all the time. So did I just get lucky? Or did I fix it? I feel like I fixed it. It feels fixed. Alright, now I can actually say, is your refrigerator running? Not gonna lie, the bug made it a lot less. Not that a joke was ever funny, but... the bug made it a lot less funny. It's funny that they get frozen in fear. I like that. It's kind of an interesting bug. Well, not even a bug, it's just a limitation. They've decided that their most important need that they need to take care of is fear. And they don't know how to take care of their need of fear. So they end up just frozen in place. Kind of very accurate. Not gonna lie. It's fight or flight or freeze, apparently. Oh wow, you're not gonna be able to move the fridge with a cabinet on top of it. Alright, I've already frozen 2 of them. Okay, one of them is leaving. It does make the game very easy towards the end, because then you've already frozen them all in fear, and all you have to do is just... this. pretty much. Oh, wait. Did that guy get free? Yeah, he did. He did. Not free, he got scared. Something that changes depending on personality? Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna get to implementing personality. Personality should just, yeah, change those types of things. But there's an entire scoring system behind personality that I'm currently not doing, so. Come on, guy, you're the last one. The fuck out of my house, come on. Before I own the entire place. I mean, I already own the entire place. You're just renting from me, but... Get the fuck out of my house. Oh, there's two of you. Alright, both of you get out of my house. Come on. And don't come back. And now I'm gonna have to put the fucking table back in its place. It's a lot easier to do when you have proper bounding boxes. Alright. Game is doing good. It's actually playable. You can rearrange your furniture to, you know, mess with the feng shui and all that. Bed on top of the nightstand, kind of bad vibes, you know? So you want to fix that. Gonna move the bed to the other side of the room, you're welcome to. You know, it gives you a little bit more. Yeah, like that. You wanna stack the chairs on top of the table? You can. You want to swap the cabinets in the fridge? Technically you can. I don't know how the fuck you're gonna do that, but technically you can. Let's see if I move this fridge over here. The cabinets over here. Then I move the fridge. Oh. Wait, I can zoom in. Alright, move the fridge over here. Just get over here. Oh, wow. Perfect. It just fits. Holy shit, that's amazing. There, rearrange the entire kitchen. You know, after you're done scaring the humans, you can just make a home renovation game. Oh. What can it aim? Hold on, I think I'm trying to move the bed when I'm not supposed to. Alright. Huh. That's pretty good. This collide function, by the way. Yeah. This one isn't using the minimum values that I'm using. So I remember I was using this and this. T, 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 T. Shit, what did I do? A. Then do the exact same thing for where A becomes B. B, 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 And then here you use Loca and Saiza. Love her music. Luck B and size B. That way, I should be able to stack this on top of this. And even though it overlaps because the sprite for the bed like continues onto here, I'm still only picking up this. So it makes the collision a lot more accurate. Doesn't seem like there's too many people on the stream right now. Wait, what? Actually? Oh, damn. Yeah, YouTube. Nobody's been watching on YouTube lately. It's always Twitch. I don't know what's up with YouTube. But yeah. You know, besides it being a vastly inferior platform for streaming. Oh, now it's 2 people apparently. Usually it used to be the other way around. Most people used to watch on YouTube, but slowly it's been shifting. And now it's like everybody's watching on Twitch. You're alone on YouTube. It's kind of sad. But all right. I feel like that's enough game development for today. Because like I said, I do want to do a little bit of operating system stuff as well, because I miss it. And it's so sad, like he's not super happy that everyone's on Twitch. Not that Twitch ever accurately reports numbers, but, you know. YouTube is a pretty bad platform for streaming, honestly. It's really, really bad. What did I even do? On Twitch. Okay, literally every time I glance over at the number, it changes between 20 and 15. Literally every single time. Now it's 22. All right, hold on. Not gonna look for a second. Still 22. Okay. Because okay, before it said like 20. Then I look away, look at it. 15. Look away, look back, 20. Look away, look back, 15. Now it's 22. Now it stayed stable at 20. Okay, 24 now. But that's, yeah. The numbers are really weird. And yeah, chat has been pretty silent this week, actually. I don't know. Don't care too much about that, to be honest. Alright, this is fixed. This is the possession. Oh, but hold on. This can go. This is not necessary. Get the oh my fucking god, I hate VS Code. Here. Get rid of that. Not the full thing, just that. Let's not close the stream for 10 seconds and come back. No. Actually, if people chat, I feel like the number goes up. It's really weird. It's whatever. Also, Twitch, I am 2 followers away from 666. So, just saying. It's Uh, Halloween. Good time to get to 666. If two people want to follow, feel free. And yeah, the number is fluctuating, but the funny thing is that it fluctuates between 15 and 20 or 21. Though, okay, now it's 19. Okay, so now it's different, at least. Now it's slightly different. The fact that it's always those numbers is what makes it really, really weird. I saw this video of a girl that had about 500, 400 people watching her stream. Don't quote me on the numbers, but yeah, something like that. She asked chat to spam the chat, just say whatever, just literally hi or anything. And it made the number go from 400 to 600, which is... I understand that's probably because, like, if you have the stream minimized, then it... you're not getting ads, so you're not being counted as a viewer. Well, like, what if you are in a country that doesn't have ads? Actually, at the very, very beginning of the stream, sometimes Infinite Coder, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't get any kinds of ads in Twitch because of your country. And sometimes it says I have 0 viewers or only 1 viewer, but then it's you and someone else in the chat. So I feel like you don't even get counted as a viewer. It's not because you have turbo or because you're subscribed, but because you are... something changed within me. Something is not the same. No, something changed in Firefox. I can't really tell what it is. More people spam chat. Twitch does more advertisement. AFK people who just joined Wake and get counted. Yeah, I feel like that kind of stuff happened because, like, that girl probably had a bunch of people watching, like, while they were on another tab or minimized or whatever, and when you come back to Twitch, even if it's not to chat but just to open the stream, you get counted as a viewer because you are adding to the views. And that is a probably new thing since they oh, that thing for YouTube that you're saying might actually explain. Yes, that actually might be the thing. I don't know if it counts for streams too, but yeah, Twitch in August, I believe, changed some rules when it comes to view botting. So they removed view bots. So that's probably the change that they made. They made it a little bit stricter, you know, a little bit of balancing, but that changed a lot of things. And YouTube, apparently it's not their fault, but they changed... Well, they didn't change it. Allegedly. They're not the ones who changed anything. Something changed with ad blockers. If you have an ad blocker on your browser and you're watching a YouTube video or a stream, then you don't get counted as a view. And YouTube says that this is not a change that they made. This is a change that just happened because of the way that ad blockers work or whatever. I don't remember the exact explanation, but they said we simply don't receive data from the view when it comes to the ad blocker, so we cannot count you as a view. Because a bunch of people saw their viewership go down only on PC, but the revenue did not go down. I don't have ads, so I cannot really tell you about revenue, but I did see my viewership go down a fair bit when this happened on YouTube, and that would explain why there's, especially on a stream for someone who's doing like development, I can assume that us developers have more ad blockers than the average population. it's way more likely that we'll have an ad blocker. Surprised I don't have like uBlock origin on this thing actually. But I do have Pi-hole, for example. So I probably don't get counted as a view. Obviously, I'm not watching my own stream. Well, now I use the stream manager when I use it from here. Am I even live right now on YouTube? Okay, yes, I am. Okay. I was looking at the list of all my streams and it didn't say live, so I was a little bit confused, but I am live. Some listed ad blockers use. Yeah. They block the request that YouTube uses to track views. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make sense. In that case, then it explains why YouTube viewership is down. Engagement is also down, to be fair. That one's a me thing. That one has nothing to do with ad blockers, because like you can still send a message even if you are not counted as a view. That simply just depends on like when people want to chat and when they don't. And let's face it, I am doing the exact same thing that a lot of other people are doing on Twitch and YouTube, which is game development. And on a way lower level than anyone else. And I'm not gonna lie, like I said before, not super inspired by this project anymore. When I was doing the AI stuff, I was, but now I'm not, so it definitely makes me less engaged. So I'm not surprised that it makes people less engaged, but I'm okay with that. Like, you're not always gonna be thriving, so to speak. But yeah, as for numbers on YouTube, I noticed that as of a little bit ago, and I hadn't even correlated the fact that it might happen because on streams, it also doesn't count as a view. Like, I don't remember when exactly that happened, but you can see. Let me look it up when it was. Bro, fucking useless search engine, I swear to God. The Android police. The fact that it's an article about an ad blocker and I'm getting detected for having an ad blocker. Chef's kiss. Fucking amazing. This is from September 24th. Alright, let me see. Is there a graph that I can look at? No, not really. September 24th. Let's assume it started a little bit earlier than that. And clear drop in the number of views for my streams. They go from 6, 4, 500 on average to 4 to 100. This one has 76, but it might have been like a really short one. Not entirely sure. Yeah, it's a 10-minute stream. That one I'm not surprised. Yeah, so actually, at the exact time, roughly, that this article is saying, a little bit earlier than that, but I'm assuming the article might be a day or two behind. So it kind of makes perfect sense. I'm not sure why I tried reading comments. Definitely not do that. All right. So, I'm gonna switch to talking about operating system for a bit. We're done for today with the game. Although, next time, I think I'm gonna do this. The funny thing about it is I don't know if I can do audio. I don't know how well it's gonna work. But I don't think this one I'm gonna do at all, actually. Might do some audio design maybe tomorrow. I literally only know how to use Logic Pro, and I refuse to learn how to use anything else. So I'll have to be on a Mac. But yeah, it's probably a job for tomorrow. And then after that, there's layers. Not super important, but yeah, nice to have. So that it doesn't matter the order in which the sprites are rendered. What matters is the layers in which they're rendered. And then sprite animations would be an interesting one to have. And personalities could change the people a little bit, you know? Give them a little bit going on for them. Instead of just being the exact same green person named Nugget. Yeah, 50 different times. But okay, as for operating systems, let's go back to that for a bit. Since at the end of the day, the end of the month is approaching. And this game is a challenge for this month. Starting next month, I'm not doing a challenge anymore. Anything on a deadline, I don't like. I already have deadlines at work. So as to why I'm giving myself deadlines in something that I'm doing in my free time beats me. But the funniest thing about it is I've technically accomplished what I needed to accomplish already, because the game is technically there. Everything that I build on top of it is just extra. The only missing element to the game is the sound. Everything on top of that is just improvements. Easy list. August 11th. Okay, that one doesn't match what I was saying. Though. My viewership has stayed stable until around the end of September. I feel like... Not entirely sure. Yeah, kind of. It's hard to tell because I don't have that much data to go on before August 11th. But yeah, feels about right. Don't know if it also depends on when each ad blocker adopted it. Because I'm assuming the list doesn't get updated and every single one of them immediately gets updated. More so they get new versions. So I don't know how that works, to be honest. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Yeah, the funny thing is that the game is nearly-ish done in 2 weeks and a half. And I still have 2 weeks of development left for it. So now I'm like, let's pad this out as much as possible. But no, I'm gonna take the opportunity to do a little bit of operating system stuff on top of doing the game itself. So I can go back to the project that at the end of the day I'm building the game for. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, though I was complaining mostly, but I did mention it. Wait, they removed the list the rule temporarily on September 10th? But then it was brought back. Because now it's active. I feel like all viewership has gone down. And I don't think they've changed that. Huh? What is this complaint? What do you mean undeclared identifier? Bruh. Did I break something here or? No, this should still work. I don't know what's happening. All right. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, you can now crash a program in the system and it tells you where it crashed. Amazing. And as of last week, I believe, there's also backtracing. So it will tell you where it crashed and what led to that point. Although when it comes to the system, right now it doesn't really tell you it doesn't have the address resolution. So essentially it doesn't tell you the line number and the file name for the system where something inside the system crashes. It only tells you inside a third-party app where I'm loading the ELF file. So I might be interested in looking into if I can add that. So right now what I'm loading for the system is an ELF file, kernel.elf. Is the entire ELF file being loaded? So a similar change was added to uBlock's quick fixes on September 10th and removed on September 17th. What's really weird about it is that it's been removed, but then people were complaining about it after those dates. So not sure what that's about. Okay. So I want to see if the entire ELF file with the debug symbols for the kernel is being loaded. If so, all I need to do is find where the debug symbols are and keep track of them so I can go there and resolve the address. If not, I have to get them from the disk because the kernel is in the disk as well. That's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. Except loading the entire kernel once you've already loaded the kernel just to load debug symbols feels like a pain in the ass, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I guess we could also just load a dwarf file separate from the ELF file, but oh god. The idea of parsing a dwarf file header, I can only imagine the horrors I will find in that. Okay, to know if the ELF file is being loaded, we're currently at boot.s, so that's where my kernel start is located, and it just so happens to be at... No, okay. Oh, that's the worst case scenario. That's the worst case scenario, 100%. The ELF file is being loaded at a very readable address. I love these colors, Ubuntu. Amazing job on that one. 41000000. And that address is the very start of memory. So If I want to get debug symbols for the kernel, I have to get them separately in what I'm assuming is going to be a dwarf file. And you know what? GDB is shit. That's not what you know what, but actually thank you GDB for illustrating a crash for me. So yeah, when the kernel crashes, it tells you addresses, and then you can do make dump, and you can go into this dump, and you can find the addresses, but that doesn't really give you a whole lot of, you know, what line of code crashed this. No idea. Whereas for the program, you actually do get this information. Now the debug symbols are in the kernel, but I'm probably gonna need a dwarf file separate from the kernel that I can then look at and read and use that to know where it's crashing. All right. So let me see if the OSDev wiki is working today. It is not. I don't understand this website. It's down every other minute. At this point, just switch hosts. There's gotta be something you can do about that. Working for you. Okay, so it's me. Or I guess it depends on the country that you're in. Like you're using a different mirror or something, and whatever mirror I'm accessing from Spain just happens to be really shitty, or I don't know, but it almost never works for me, but sometimes it does. Okay, this is what we want. Oh, address to line is also another thing that you can do without needing to go into the dump. But it is much more convenient if your OS can display a stack trace with as much debugging information as possible. So, this. That's exactly what we want. So. You will need to pass the G option. Once that's done, run obj dump h. On your executable will show several debug sections. Those are standard ELF sections that you can access the same way as any ELF binary. Running obj dump g on your binary will generate a text dump of the debug symbols. Relocación. We don't care about that. I probably should have read this instead of reading the spec. I don't know why I didn't. Let me see if this is a pretty good explanation of what's going on. You start with a length, a version, a header length, minimum instruction length. So this is already for version 4, which is not specified here, so it's definitely going to lead to issues if you don't realize them. But that's the header, followed by a list of directories, a list of files. It's actually more complex than that. You will need to implement a small state machine with a few registers. A small state machine. A small state machine. It's 500 lines of code. It's a small state machine, bro. Just 500 lines of code. Isn't everything below 1k lines small? No. This is my ELF file loader. It's 100. And you can see how much stuff is just debug information that I'm not using. And for that matter, this isn't even code, this is structure. It's easy, bro. Just make a state machine. Just one more state machine, bro. Just one more state. Come on. It literally, you have to read a program to know the line information of your program. You have to execute a different program because that's technically what's happening. Like if you think about it that way, you're running a program with a state machine. So what I'm hearing, oh, I didn't even talk about this beautiful thing, is a variable length compression algorithm, LEB, little endian base 128. Beautiful fucking thing. It's used all over the place in the dwarf format, and it is completely unnecessary 99.9% of the times. Yeah. Anyway. What was that? Categories pages using duplicated arguments in template calls. Pages using deprecated source tags in progress. Level 2 tutorial debugging. There's some very useful categories right there. Difficulty level medium. Frustration level high. I would say difficulty level medium is accurate. It's not difficult. It's just a pain in the ass. It's just every moment of it, I was coding it like this. I was fucking angry the entire time. I was like, fucking piece of shit, fucking state machine, like... That's how I was coding it. It's not difficult, it's just annoying. Alright, can I have just the debug symbols? Can you generate a .dwarf file? I feel like that's a thing. So if I'm not mistaken, it should be possible, right? That you're running my app, my program, my whatever on your system. It crashes. You want to send me a crash report. I get a bunch of numbers back. So I attach your crash report and the dwarf file, and I generate the information without you having access to the dwarf file. Because that would make reverse engineering my program a lot easier. It's never impossible, but I can make it as hard for you as possible. GCC option? Yeah, probably. Hey, all right. Thank you for the follow, Atticus of Sparta. You are follower number 666 on Halloween-ish. But on Halloween, so amazing. And welcome. And I'm pretty sure in order to make my follower goal 666, I had to make it a manual goal. So now I have to set up the next one myself. Automatically, please. Start new goal. Am I really the Antichrist? If dwarf debugging information is enabled, separate as much debugging information as possible into a separate output file with the extension duo. This option allows the build system to avoid linking files with debug information. To be useful, this option requires a debugger capable of reading duo files. Unfortunately, I'll be able to read the duos. I am just imagining the horrors that come in the duo file. Do I need a state machine to be able to read the state machine to be able to read the state machine to be able to read the fucking file? Or what's gonna happen? Let's find out after the ad break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We're back. And yes, we are back. He's forgiven me for saying that he stinks. He does. He does. So I had to wash my hands last time I touched him. All right. From what I saw in the chat, goddamn calculator button on my keyboard. Who put that there? If I find the person that put that there, I swear to God. This, it's a dwarf extension to produce separate files? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you fucking do that? I am begging the tech industry, from the free and open source community to the corporations, and especially Sam Altman, have some fucking common sense when you make software, for the love of God. I typed a password with a thing that shows your keystrokes on stream once. Jesus, no. File header section table and the debug sections. The debug sections in the duo file with all end with duo. Programmers are dumb now. Good software went out the window years ago, said. This is not new. This is not new. The problem is that. That's the biggest issue. On the one hand, with certain software projects, we have backwards compatibility being absolutely fucking holding us back. And on the other hand, even if it's not necessarily backwards compatibility, it's just like, this is the way that we've been doing it for 20 years and we're gonna keep doing it for 20 more years. It's like, okay, grandpa, please. It's 2025. Why do I need to read this article to know how to put my debug information and my executable in different places? Why is that a thing? Because we need to support fucking backwards compatibility with 16-bit programs for MS-DOS. And their debug information. You Gen Z don't even know what a file system is anymore. So I need to strip, is what they're saying. Shouldn't it be just one flag? Common sense. Sometimes I genuinely, I'm doing something. In this case, I'm trying to get debug information for my ELF file. I'm thinking, right? On the Raspberry Pi, I'm not loading from the Raspberry Pi, from the ELF file. I'm loading from a bin file. I have to, because the Raspberry Pi bootloader requires a bin file. If I use an ELF file, it won't work. Gen Z, call anything that connects to the internet Wi-Fi. Because they don't need to know. Because it doesn't fucking matter if it connects to internet through like Wi-Fi or Ethernet or fucking smoke signals. It just doesn't matter. But yeah. So I'm thinking the most reasonable thing. Also, even when I am using an ELF file, like when I'm loading through the virtual machine, I don't actually have access to the information on the ELF file. QEMU was the one that loads it and gets that for me. So I want to have that information separate. So why is this so hard to do? Because from what I'm seeing, you use this one on the O file. On the O file. On the O file. Does this also work on the ELF file? Please? For the love of God? Please? Compiler option. So I'm generating one executable and I'm generating hundreds of dwarf files for that executable. Can this option be used once it's already linked? Again, feels like common sense to me. And yet it makes me feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Because am I really the only person that wants debug information for their executable and not each compilation unit? Every single example that I see, they're using it on GCC directly. At this point, it's easier for me to load the entire ELF file for my kernel, only to get debug information from it, than it is to do this shit. For the love of God. Please do consider my complaints in your compiler design. It feels genuinely like a simple thing. I'm thinking of this. When you're working on a Mac or iOS app, you can have your debug build with built-in debug information, or you can have a release build, and that's going to create the stripped binary, but it's also going to create a DY_SIM. I don't know the format of that one. For all I know, it's worse than Dwarf, but I don't know about that. But it will have a DY_SIM file, which you can then use one file for the entire executable to simply decode the debugging information. It feels like common sense, but genuinely, Apple might just... I don't even know. They're not even visionaries, they just have fucking common sense. It is a Dwarf file at the end of the day, I do know that. So, see, it does that. From addresses to this. The fact that this person is saying that it's a bundle, not sure exactly what it implies, but... Jesus. If I want to have all the debug information for my program in one place, the best thing for me to do is to load the entire ELF file just to get this information. And to the designers of this and their cows, congratulations. Every experience I have had with the Dwarf file has been just atrocious. It's just been the fucking worst. That's all I can say about that. It's just the fucking worst. Alright, am I putting, as it stands right now, my ELF file inside the kernel? I mean, my kernel ELF file inside the file system, I mean. At a glance, I don't see it. So no, I'm not. Alright. Well, then... Probably want to do it in this... No. This makefile. Or not. In this makefile, what I want to do is copy the kernel.elf into the file system for the Raspberry Pi. I'm so about to create my own goddamn format for this. And when I compile the kernel, I also want to cp the ELF file into kernel.elf. Which has now moved the ELF file here. Cool. Okay. Now I'm gonna have to load the ELF file. Which I have an ELF file loader, so it's easy, simple, right? except it's made specifically to allocate a process. I don't think my kernel is a process. Even though there is a process called kernel that holds all of its information, that's not the kernel itself. It is just a process that I use to handle kernel stuff. But what do I want to do? Do I want to create a new... It's such a specific thing. Essentially, I want to split only part of this. I might just duplicate it, fuck it. I'm gonna put it in a process. We want to get a file, and we're gonna get a file size. We're gonna need this. We're gonna need... Let me see here. We're gonna need this. We're not gonna need this or this. We're gonna need that. That's already done. Good. And then we're simply going to need this. Okay. That feels like the easiest way to do it. It's a lot of duplicated code. Eventually, maybe I'll make it a little bit less redundant. But the problem is that right now in my ELF file, it's kind of dumb. My ELF file loader that creates a process is kind of dumb. It just reads the ELF file. Now it gets debug information. It didn't even do that before. Then it doesn't do anything else. It just blindly loads the file. Obj copy only keep debug. That's a thing. Symbol is embedded in the target file. Could GCC generate debug? Only keep debug. Holy shit. Okay, let's test it. Second answer though. That's before linking. It's worth a shot. It's worth a shot. So we're talking only keep debug from kernel.elf into kernel duo. Right. Open it with ghex. It's an ELF file. So in a way, the code that I just wrote is still necessary. But at the very least, I'm not loading the entire executable just to get that information. I'm loading only this info. And we should be able to search for, I don't know. Hello? Okay, it's working now. Wait, this is hex. That's why it wasn't working. Debug line brother. What? Wait, is that information being generated for this? Because if not, yeah, this one has it. How long have I been streaming? 4 hours. Yeah, it's not that much. OBJ copy. Only keep debug line. I was surprised that this is not there. Because then what is there? I'm not seeing any readable strings, and that scares me. There's not one readable string in this entire thing. Oh, here they are. Okay, thank God. Whew, shit, that was scary. So this is very clearly the debug line. And does it say where it starts? Here. That's 85E20. Is that written somewhere? What is wrong with this thing? 085E20. No occurrences. Another very intuitive file format right here. Then again, it's literally half the size of the executable too. You know what? For the time being, we're not gonna bother with this. I don't even want to start to look into what the fuck kind of file format this is. It's an ELF file, but it doesn't have any of the strings and stuff, so... it also doesn't seem to have the offset into the table, like I expect, so... I'll be worried. I would much rather just have this. Get the ELF debug info. In the kernel, we are simply going to where do I put that code to do that? Probably inside or one of you. Not inside the scheduler itself, but So maybe after initializing the file system would be ideal to access the file system. I'm just going to create a new debug.h debug.c. Import the h. What did I call it? Literally 5 seconds ago. All right, debug load. Okay. What's this gonna do? Open boot kernel.elf into a file descriptor. See, and the cool thing is now I can use syscalls from the kernel, and they're not really syscalls, so there's not even context switching happening. But I can use them for convenience because they're usually a lot simplified. Yeah, we've moved past game dev. Now the game is doing pretty good. I decided to do some operating system dev for now. Since I now have debugging for third-party processes, I want it for the kernel as well. It's another can of worms, apparently. Last minute supermarket shopping. Amazing. Enjoy. Read. Sadly, we're gonna have to read the entire file. Again, we can use malloc in here safely. Because it's not actually malloc, it's kmalloc. The file descriptor. The boof. The size. And then we can go into loading elf file. And here we can do load. What did I call it? Get elf debug info. For which process? We're going to do it for the get process proc by PID 0, which is the kernel process, into or from the file. This is the file size. That should load the debug information. How do we know if it did? We're going to keep print. Debug line str. And we're going to get that. You know, since this is not going to stay, I don't care about doing it this way. Str. Will it work? No. Nope. And the worst part is we don't even get that here. Ah, how sad. How sad. Address 843431 ED. Child, that's wrong. That is wrong. Jesus. Whoop. Well, we gotta check that if Fopen did not succeed, then we had a problem and we need to return. Self-fopened. We're gonna fmalloc a file. We're gonna read the file into the fmalloc, and we're gonna get the elf fatigue bug info. I should stop doing that. Reading debug info from X. And after this works, I will have no reasons to ever use GDB ever again. Alright, maybe I will have to use GDB occasionally, but not as much. Which one of you is failing? Malocid. It mallocked. So that's not what's failing. Freeding is failing. Kind of weird. See, it would be an amazing time to know where it's crashing. Huh? Why is this in the caller address? That's wrong. So when I copied, it meant nothing. Okay. I see how it is here. Linux. It's a memcpy. That doesn't tell me anything. God damn it. Are you serious? No line number information available? That's a perfectly valid address, too. God damn it. See how useless this thing is? Fat read file at FAT32621. It's always the usual suspects. Did I read 621 or 261? 261. Okay, that makes more sense than 621. This mempy is not working because well, it's going straight from here to crashing. So clearly the mem copy didn't work. Makes one wonder why. You're literally debugging nothing. Why are you asking me for confirmation to quit? You see why I don't like this damn thing. All right. This is in the file system, so no, not that one. This one. Okay. Is this the correct size? Yes. Yes, it is. And is the descriptor correct? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. And this is a valid address where the file is loaded? Yes, it is. And the cursor... Huh? Oh shit. Is it literally just... Is that literally just the problem? No way, that was the problem. Just uninitialized memory with a garbage value in it. Cool. But it highlighted a problem. If you put the cursor way past the file, it will crash, which means it may actually be used to read way past the file. If you exploit it correctly, you might be able to just read what's beyond the file. Maybe you read outside of the file that you loaded into the file that someone else loaded, or maybe you read some other memory that you're not supposed to be able to read. So virtual memory should prevent that, but still, a to-do will never hurt. You know, to put as many methods of prevention for this type of stuff as possible. Okay. You had to prevent that manually in your code when you were doing stuff with files? What do you mean? Like in my system or elsewhere? So I'm assuming that other systems have protection for this type of stuff, which I don't. I'm planning on building, but I don't have it right now. Alright. You know the funniest thing? That crash would have been the perfect place to test. But we can't. Malloc reading. Okay. Okay. Seems like debug information was in fact loaded on your system, but in an app. Yeah. I want to do a lot of that and see if I'm able to exploit the memory a little bit. See if I'm able to write some malware, you know. Who knows? All right. FAT32 is in fact blasphemy, and yet it's the file system that the Raspberry Pi uses. And sadly, I've decided that this is a Raspberry Pi operating system, which fuck the Raspberry Pi, but hey. I mean, no, hey, if you want to sponsor me Raspberry Pi, you're welcome to, but deprecating the file, the frame buffers mailbox, not cool. Not cool, okay? But you're welcome to sponsor me. First working taskbar. I'm assuming it's the first one. I don't have any intention of having one. And I've never heard of anyone else who's made one, so I'm assuming you've made the first one. And also the first person to have customization of the system in Rising, which I was planning on having, but starting next month. So you got a little bit ahead of me. Though I have this theme that you can use to modify it, but I want to go way further than that. I want to make it a lot easier. All right. Let's cause a crash here. That was supposed to be like that. No, not ext. I mean, that's what they use for their actual file system, but the boot partition is in FAT32. Technically, it's the only driver I have written. So, well, no, I've written exFAT and FAT32. exFAT because it is supported by all three major operating systems, so it's easy for me to transfer data between, you know, my host and guest operating systems. But it's not the one used by Raspberry Pi, so they use FAT32. Not sure what made them do that, but yeah. Next up is my own. I don't want to deal with anyone else's tech ever again. Watch me buy a bunch of Arduinos and start making my own hardware. I said I was gonna go to the beach, get a bunch of sand, and learn how to turn it into silicon and build an entire computer from scratch. I am tired of working with other people's tech. For example, oh, how did I end up on this file? Oh, silly me. Silly me. All right, it should crash. Let me test that. It should crash, but we should have no debug information yet. All right, we crash. Yep. So if we want to get the debug information, it should already be loaded, and it should be simple. We're just going to syscall.c, where we decode that. And we want to use kind of a pain in the ass to do it like this, but I guess. I have to do it. Like this. Essentially, that. And we want to do this. Or the exact same thing, but this is going to be from the get proc by PID 0 debug line. Is it called debug lines? Yeah, for whatever reason I called it debug lines. All right. So now it's going to try to access what is the Riser FS creator? What's the lore for that? I have no idea. We're going to try to access first our program's debug information, and if we don't find the debug information, we're going to try to decode using the kernel's program information, debug information. So super inefficient, to be completely honest. Then again, Dwarf is super inefficient. That's not my fault. It's theirs. Hey, hey! Fucking beautiful. Kernel.c on line 87. Called by boot.s on line 113. Beauty. It's a thing of beauty. Hans Reiser was handed a prison sentence of 15 to life Friday, putting final capstone on a case that began as a murder mystery and ended with Reiser leading police to a makeshift grave a short distance from where he strangled his wife. Bro. Fuck's sake. Just earlier I was saying that debugging feels like a crime movie where you're both the detective and the criminal. This is not what I meant. This is not what I fucking meant. Jesus Christ, seriously? I had no idea. Then again, did he name a file system after himself? God damn. I'm not saying if you name a file system after yourself, you're a killer. I'm just saying there's something weird. Okay, so debug information fucking works. Beautiful. I would play that video of Terry Davis saying I am God's chosen programmer, but I'm pretty sure he said the N. There's a raid happening. You probably heard that. I'm not gonna finish the sentence still. Got removed from the kernel. Wait, that wasn't the Linux kernel? Reiner FS, did you say? Riser. Also, welcome raiders. Why is it that every time I'm saying something fucking weird, I get a raid? Is it because I'm saying something weird every 5 minutes? Yes, but compile and conquer. Welcome. How was your stream? What have you been up to? Have you compiled and conquered? We've been dealing with some compiler debug symbols. Shenanigans, to not say a stronger word. Namesys, led by Hans Reiser, introduced in version 2.4.1 of the Linux kernel. They decided to move. Okay, so they moved to Ext before that happened. It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with that. He's an American computer programmer, entrepreneur, and convicted murderer. Known for Riser FS murder. Damn. Not conquered? Damn. Sorry to hear that. But compiled, yes. Move my project to freestand, so no libc. You are free. You are free. Congratulations. Congratulations. Not gonna lie. I don't know why you did that. Like what reasons you had to do that. But I love not having to use libc, to be honest. I love that if I want to string compare, my string compare function has an option for case sensitivity. I don't have to use two different functions for it. Stuff like that really makes your life easier. And actually, one thing that really bothers me, that somebody made a pull request for adapting my printf a little bit more to how it works on C, on libc. And I'm okay with that, but at the same time I'm not, because this is how it prints hex numbers. And so long as you're looking at a number like this that ends in BFC, then you're like, okay, that's clearly a hexadecimal number. But this one, you can't really tell that that's a hexadecimal number. So it really bothers me. And to finish fixing this beautiful thing, stack tracing, with debug information, I'm gonna change that. But let me commit what I have first. First off, get the fuck out of here. Well, I'm gonna keep that, but I'm not gonna commit it. Copy this to the boot. I didn't commit the crash, did I? No. But I only want to keep this part and this part. This and this to do. This and the entire debug file. The changes to syscall to, well, syscall, it's really just a crash handler, but yeah. That little thingy, this one, and this one. Hold on, let me clean up that function a little bit, because I copied over this, and this. That's not really necessary, but the I was necessary, so let's bring that back. All right. Okay, we're ready to commit. Debug. Bada bing. All right. It's available now. It's official. We have stack tracing in the kernel and in user programs. If there's a crash, we will find it. And if there's a bug that leads to a crash, we will find it and we will squash it. Anybody? Okay. libc. Well, not libc. Printf. Coming for you. I think that this is error prone, because I look at this number and I know it's an address because I know what my addresses look like. So I know that. But I don't know that it's a hexadecimal. I could mistake this number for a decimal, and that could lead to issues. So if I see this, I need to know at a glance if it's a decimal, hexadecimal, or binary number. It has to be that way. Makes me wonder why the additional info. Oh, this is not being printed by the string formatter, which is why this one has an X. It should have that. It needs to have that. Otherwise, it leads to confusion. Been interested in OS Dev recently. Interesting, nice. Actually, for the month of October, I said I was going to be working on a game, which I am, but the game is close to being done. There's some sound design that I'm planning on doing tomorrow, and then some improvements that I'm planning on doing starting tomorrow. But today I decided to work a little bit on something else, because besides October, I've been doing operating system development, and I kind of miss doing it on stream. In addition to the fact that it's, you know, something a little bit more unique, something a little bit more different. Now, I know that you can, you can do that, so 0x, or you can do this. Fucking VS Code. You can do this. I just think that's ugly as fuck. And I'm thinking, do I really want to conform to a standard? Or do I want to say your standard is stupid? I'm going to use some common sense. The answer for that after the break. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad and I'll be back after that. All right, I'm back a little early. So that's a fair question. What is your problem? All right, do I want contributors to have to learn a whole new standard? It's not like I'm changing it a whole lot. I'm just like doing some common sense stuff. Like if you're printing a hexadecimal number, it should have a prefix so that you know it's a hexadecimal number. Most of the times that won't even affect you because most of the times you're printing for debugging purposes. Every once in a while you're going to be using string functions to format a value. Like for example, if you're outputting a JSON and you want to print a number, you don't want to have the prefix, or maybe you do, I don't know. Does JSON even support hexadecimal? I don't know. But yeah, what do you think? Should I use the standard or should I change it according to what I think is more common sense? Because I feel like, okay, the standard has been the same way people have learned it, and they don't want to have to learn a new standard just for my project, but, you know, at the same time, I want my project to make sense, and it's my project, and if you're using Redacted OS instead of Linux, Windows, or Mac, you might as well just learn that you have to, you're gonna get a prefix in front of hexadecimal by default. What do you think? No opinion. Okay. This damn Velcro dog. All right, so I do think it's a small change. Like I said, I would have just not accepted the PR if I didn't want printf to work somewhat like a standard. They introduced a bunch of useful things, like you can specify how many numbers to print, which actually is going to be really useful for printing this. To print the address, the full address that is crashing. So there I'm going to use it, but I want to have prefixes by default. Again, the standard is error prone. I don't feel like that's right. No, I'm just not gonna bother. Again, you can do standard. It's not like I'm breaking it completely. Okay. So the hashtag is actually being used as a flag. Flag hash. Was this necessary? I feel like this code could be simplified. But I don't want to go into this and just break the whole thing. What I'm not seeing... Oh, wait, there's still more options. Here. We're simply gonna invert this, this, and this. That's it. Okay, most of the times that you're gonna be using printing a hexadecimal, you're gonna be doing so. God damn it. I always forget how to close full screen QEMU. You're gonna be doing it like this, where it's a log file and you don't care about the actual formatting. It won't mess anything up. In the case that you are formatting in a way that it does matter, like I said, again, does JSON do it? Let me ask that question. JSON hexadecimal number. Does not support it, but they are supported in JSON 5. All right. JSON is a bad example, right? But okay, let's say that I'm not writing just a log, but I'm writing a file format that requires hexadecimals to be structured like this: 0h, then some number. Then you can add the little hash, in which case it is going to get rid of that. It's just gonna get rid of the prefix, and that's it. You can use it the same way. We're using a well-known stdlib function name and having it do something else. It's not really like that. Starting with the fact that nothing is truly standard when it comes to this. It's printf because it's print format, not because that's the standard name. And it's really just changing one prefix. That's about it. And again, in a way that the standard is wrong. Because if your standard has hexadecimals that look like decimals or binaries that look like decimals and you cannot tell them apart, your standard is wrong. Like, without the 1x, this could easily be a decimal number. It could easily be a binary number, or it could easily be a hexadecimal number, and I have no idea which one it is. So that's wrong. All right. Where's my kernel? Let's see. Let me bring back my little crash. So now that I have that, I can format. Everything else works the same way. It's just one small change. So we're good. This is going to go at the beginning. It was at the beginning. Then I moved it to the end. Now I'm moving it back to the beginning. And see here, I want to have 16, I believe. To tell you which address is crashing. Yes, exactly. See, that kind of thing is useful. It pads it to 16 numbers, and then it also adds this by default. If I ever don't need it, then I can simply just do this. And then it disappears. But I think that should be a thing that's default, and Oh, well, standards are not immutable. They should definitely not be immutable things. Otherwise, we're gonna have problems like this one. Because like when I first merged this pull request, and all my hexadecimals lost the prefix that they had, because it was default before, then I actually got confused a bunch of times when I was printing a hexadecimal, and it just so happened to be so close to a decimal that I couldn't tell the difference, and it was leading to me making mistakes. So the idea is to minimize that as much as possible, and if libc doesn't do that, well, we're gonna change libc. All right, that works too. Now it's so beautiful. It is so beautiful. The system crashes and it tells you exactly where. So proud of myself. Good job. Okay. This is a thing that I've wanted in the system for a while. Because even before I had the make dump, the best way to know where something crashed was going into GDB. And by the way, let's see if it still crashes when I go into GDB for no particular reason. Care to explain? Oh, wait, hold on. This is not for no particular reason. I left a crash there. Hold on, that one's my own fault. Gotta get rid of this. GDB does cause crashes sometimes for no particular reason. But at least now if that happens, the system will tell me where it's crashing. So that's pretty cool. Oh, one thing I didn't check. MX, if you're still watching the stream, I merged your pull request after about 10 years of you making it. Fixing a bug in the terminal. Thank you for that. Oak. That's done too. Amazing. This I don't want to commit. This I do. And this I do. And there's another change I want to make. This, pretty much. Anywhere that was using the hashtag, it's gone now. Even though these are commented out, I'm still going to change them. Bloop, bloop. All right, perfect. Default to 0x0b. Fuck. And I'll save it. Also, from now on, expect me to deviate heavily from any standards. Expect to have ego death in order to be able to use my operating system. If that's what it takes for me to use basic common sense, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. If you have to go through a spiritual awakening just to use it, that's fine by me. It's the price to pay for not using Windows. But no, actually I do think if you're building an operating system in 2025, mostly for fun, or even if eventually it becomes like a proper product, whichever one, right? Can't really tell you what the future is going to be like. Could be either one. But if you're doing that in 2025, should you base your entire philosophy for building the thing on, first off, the same thing that the big three are doing, and second, on decisions that were made at the latest in the 90s? Being generous with that one, I feel like that shouldn't be a thing. So, POSIX compliant, absolutely fucking not. Unix-like, yes. POSIX compliant, hell no. POSIX is Unix-like, or conforming to a standard set by Unix. A little bit Frankenstein together from different versions of Unix, and I'm assuming also from other kernels that weren't Unix. But that doesn't change the fact we're talking about software from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. We're not talking about software from the 20s. The 20s sounds fucking weird, but it is what it is. So most of the times my philosophy for building this system has been, does it really have to be that way? This is the way that most people do it. Is this the way that I have to do it? Or can I do it in a different way? Not just to be different, but is there a more efficient way to do it in the year 2025? Do I still have the same limitations that they had when they originally built this system, when they came up with the standard? And if the answer is no, which it most likely will be, then it's worth looking into what changes you make. Not even to set a new standard, but just to make something that makes sense. That's why I'm saying, like, for the file system. Someone was asking me, like, will you make a file explorer? What genuine reason do I have to make a file explorer? When the idea is to have the files as hidden away as possible. The entire system relies on files because in that aspect it's very Unix-like. Someone was able to do an audio system without even having real syscalls for audio, just with the file system. That's cool. So the file system is very useful if you're a programmer or a power user of a system. Do you need the file system to do simple things? No, the file system gets in the way. So the file system should be as unintrusive as possible. Do you need a taskbar? I don't need a taskbar. If you want a file explorer, could technically make an external app. Yeah. Okay. No. Yes, but my original idea was your app only has access to its own files. So I still want to do that, but by default. So my philosophy for building things from now on is going to be customizable with default. So, do you need to access the file system? If you want to, you can. If you don't want to, it's out of the way. By default, an application only has access to its own file system because a random game doesn't need to have access to your documents folder. But the terminal that's currently in the system, or a file explorer that somebody makes because I don't provide one, should have access to all your files because you want that. You want to be able to ls, which is not a thing. You want to be able to cat, which doesn't work like that. You want to be able to do these things. And so it makes sense that certain applications would need full system access. It wouldn't make sense for all applications to have that by default. So again, customizable. If you want to access the full file system, you're welcome to. But by default, you don't have access to it, which is kind of how Apple does it. But In recent years, Apple has just made that atrocious to use. If you use a program that like needs to access large parts of your home folder, for example, which on Mac is your user folder, but doesn't matter, your home folder. The desktop, the documents, the downloads folders, all of those are protected. So as this application is scanning your system for whatever it is, that whatever legitimate reason it has to do that, you're gonna get 3 pop-ups. Do you want to allow this program to access files in your desktop folder? Do you want to allow this program to access file in your documents folder? Do you want to allow this program to access files in your downloads folder? Do you want to allow, like, okay, that's too much. Nobody fucking wants to do that. You don't want to have to allow it to use every single folder. Ideally, you don't even want to allow it to use the entire system. In a perfect world, certain applications automatically have access to your entire file system. Certain other applications do not, regardless of whether they came with the system and they're trusted, or whether they're third party but trusted, or whether they're third party but not trusted. In an ideal world, which obviously doesn't fucking work that way. But that is how it would be ideally. Obviously, it's not going to work like that, but also the way that Apple has done it a little bit too much. And the way that Windows and Linux do it, which is just have at it, not amazing. How are you making the UI, by the way? Is there a wiki page? Ooh. I promised I was going to make a wiki page. Let's say around July, roughly, or in October. I have somewhere on my laptop the homepage for that wiki. I haven't built it. I wanted to do self-hosting, but then I was like, yeah, no. So I'll get around to it. And how am I making the UI in terms of what? I built a very small, which I definitely need to customize, UI library based around what the Clay library is doing. I looked at the way that their library works and I was like, yeah, I want this. Mirahaze is a good wiki provider. I was thinking just GitHub Wiki for the time being, but I'm taking suggestions. Wait, is it MediaWiki? Is a free United States nonprofit wiki hosting service operated by Wikitide Foundation that uses MediaWiki. Okay, I found MediaWiki to be like very oldish, to be honest. When I looked into installing it, I was like, Apache Web Server, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Just needed the cigarette to say like, that's a name I ain't heard in a long time. But I might look into how it works. They have a pretty website. Saw good wikis made with it. No, yeah. To be fair, it is MediaWiki, which is the same one that Wikipedia uses. It's the same one for the Arch Linux wiki. They're pretty cool. But the setup for MediaWiki is very old. It is very 2000s software. But maybe they've, wrapped it, made it a little bit simpler. As long as they haven't wrapped it with Node and JavaScript, we're good. Please log in to request a wiki. Okay, so it seems like you don't even do the hosting yourself, do you? Today, is it completely free? Let's see the FAQ. Sorry, the FAQ. Business model. Non-profit, donations. We don't display ads, nor are we financed by a company or a government. We depend entirely on our generous sponsors. Please donate and finance for more information. Why don't you display ads? No need to ask this question. It's pretty fucking clear. They take... Wait, GitHub has spons? Oh yeah, they do. Forgot about that. Right, cool. How many servers? Most of our servers are hosted on rented hardware in Salt Lake City, Utah, Utah, in the US. Other than the rented hardware, we also host cache proxy servers with Contabo and NS2 name servers with OVH. Cool. But you have to request a wiki, so you have to make... I'm assuming it's up to a approval process. Sounds like. Yeah, approve it. A guide on how to write a good wiki request can be found here. Wikis that lack detail in the description may be declined. Okay, it doesn't sound like a particularly strict process, but interesting. Language category. Mark this wiki as private. Okay, it just seems like they don't have an automated way of building a wiki. They'll do it for you, and it's so that they don't host just about any wiki. What kind of example is this? This wiki will be about wikis considered bad by the general community. It will outline the reasons why it's considered bad and the redeeming qualities, if any, it has. What does that mean? That is such a bad example. I know that they probably weren't trying to make any concrete examples, but like, yeah. I want a wiki. Okay, I won't say that. You don't know how people are? Yeah. How dumb people are, you said. Yeah. Could be. Could be. Alright. Worth looking into. Because I definitely do need to do a wiki, goddamn. I've literally been saying it. I don't know if it's since June or July. I feel like it's July, but maybe August, but I doubt it. I feel like it's July. Actually. See what I meant? I believe this video. Yeah. This is the first one I talked about. July 23rd, 2025. Amazing. Great job. All right. Gonna give Jester some privacy while he eats. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright, we're back. Jester gets very, oh, I said his name. He was about to leave. Now he's coming back. Because I usually, when he has dinner, I walk him. If I'm around, he gets a little bit like, are we going on a walk after this? Like, he gets a little bit, you know. So I leave the room when he's eating. Now he's drinking water. How will the limited file system access work? I haven't decided yet. Honestly. The funny thing is, like, I restricted it one day, and then the next day I ported the terminal over. And so I was like, yeah, I need to unrestrict it now. Great. So that's all it took. I haven't decided how I'm gonna do that yet. That's a November question, I feel like. Although I'm starting to do a little bit more operating system stuff again. But it's one thing I haven't defined yet. So is inter-process communication. I am starting to consider what I want those things to work like, at the very least on a very conceptual basis. I'm considering how do I want to do them, but I haven't decided yet. That's a thing that I want to do in November. Another thing that I want to do in November is lock down the kernel as much as possible. At the very least, a very quick pass, you know, and trying to prevent really stupid buffer overflow vulnerabilities and whatnot that it is currently riddled with. Yes, it is on GitHub, so you can do !git to get it. That is a big issue, because like we saw before, the cursor when reading a file, so here, when the cursor that was here was filled with garbage, it will blindly try to read a garbage value, and that's not amazing. So we want to avoid that as much as possible. Android binder IPC. Yeah, I heard about it. I haven't seen too much into how it works technically, but I feel like it didn't even come from Android initially, if I'm not mistaken. It's an implementation of iBinder. Not IOBinder. I had to check for kernel level anti-cheats. I currently don't have any kernel level processes that can run from outside the kernel itself. Plan on keeping it that way for a while, most likely. Is this it? I don't think this is it. From Palm. I've done so little Android programming, and I hated every second of it, so. I think you can send links in Twitch chat, yes. I think you can do that. I'm not gonna lie, that's why I like building things from scratch. Just what do I need for inter-process communication? And then, on top of that, can I make it better? Can I make it easier? Interesting. It's a system inter-process communication that lets two processes on an Android-powered device communicate. Some node interface, foo AB. Very descriptive code right there. Assume that the client calling foo is running in process A and the server implementing foo is running in process B. So it's a server-client interface, right? That's, yeah, I believe roughly that's how it works. It's a bit hard to see the graph with dark mode, dark reader. Don't really want to do that. Hurts my eyes. Oh God. No, go back. Okay. To execute a method in another process, as shown in figure 1, the following occurs. Why do we need to execute a method in another process? That feels kind of weird. The client code in process A invokes the proxy code in process A. The proxy code in process A creates a transaction containing the following items: an identifier for foo, and a buffer containing a copy of the argument A and B. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I turned off the dark mode just to see the graph real quick, but then I turned it back on. Oh, but you mean this one? Oh. That, yeah, that makes more sense. Close this shit. Remove that. All right. Okay. That's easier. All right. So the code in process A calls the proxy in process B, which handles the transaction with the kernel. The kernel sends it to the process B, which sends it to the code. It returns, replies, returns. It's normal in Android. So it's normal to have like multiple processes. Because in iOS, we just do one. You can have threads and whatnot, but although this is useful for threads as well, but don't really tend to do that. A camera app uses Binder to communicate with a camera server in another process. The camera server then uses Binder to communicate with a camera HAL in another process. An app uses Binder to communicate with a system server in another process. A system server uses Binder to talk to hosts in other processes. An app in one process uses Binder to communicate with a different app. These are such clear examples. It uses it to talk to another app. Oh, thank you. I could have never figured that one out myself. Wow. Such a niche use case. The system daemon responsible for installing, updating, and removing apps, install D, uses Binder to communicate with the Android runtime daemon to compile apps. Very good. An actual explanation. I don't know what a camera server is. That's the thing. Yeah. So, here's the thing. I'm considering making the system somewhat distributed, but distributable. It doesn't have to be distributed. It's not even meant to be distributed. It can just be distributed. In that case, I would want inter-process communication to be seamless. Obviously, that's handled by the kernel, so the apps don't care if the process is running on the same computer or on a different one or whatever, or even across the network. I'm gonna have to suffer. Yeah, but the idea is that the kernel suffers. The kernel developer suffers. The user doesn't. So I was still thinking of like a file interface type of thing. Jester, I don't understand why he hangs out outside the room, just pacing around. It makes me nervous, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, could it be something? Okay, so right now we have a file system that looks like this. For example, we have boot kernel.elf, which is where we're getting the debug information. That's this one. All right, then we also have like user apps are right now in shared RedOS user, then let's say terminal.elf .red, which is the name of the package. And then inside that, there is also a terminal.elf. So say, for example, that my terminal, so I don't know, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, but could I make it so that like the terminal, when you run it, creates a cat process. And it knows that the cat process is process 12. So when I want to communicate with it, this is the way that it works. But essentially, you can just do proc 12 out, read that, which is the output of the cat process, and put it in the terminal. That's the way that currently I'm reading information from the cat process into the terminal. It's the closest I have right now to inter-process communication. Wait, hold on. The camera server, in a sense, is not a server. It's just a process that listens for a request to the camera and then mitigates it. There might be cases where multiple apps wanting to use the hardware features at the same time. So instead of giving access to one and then locking the other, you have a system-wide server which can handle requests and then serve them in order or asking or priority. Location and telephony being two great examples. I see. That is an interesting concept. That sounds interesting. Actually making system resources available through it's a service, I guess, yeah. Making system resources available like that instead of through a syscall with locking, like you say. That's pretty nice. So actually, like, this is the closest I currently have to inter-process communication. What I was thinking is, here's, keep doing make debug. That's annoying. When you create a window, the window is drawn by a process. So this little outline is created by one process. But then inside of the window is another process running. And sometimes these processes can resize the window. Though none of the ones that are currently installed can do that, but they can resize the window. And when that happens, it leaves a black gap. Because the process that draws the desktop hasn't found out that, hey, you need to redraw this window. It doesn't know how to do that. So I was considering, should I standardize some of the system resources so that you can have something like, I don't know, you can talk to system window resize. And by calling this, there's one system that, again, it would be like a service as well, like kind of, I guess. I'm not sure how Binder works in terms of the actual code. Whereas for me, it could be literally just a file path like this. Which is kind of the same as doing like proc 33. Let's say that the windowing process is 33. Commands resize, something like that, for example, which is a way that you could send commands to specific processes. So is the windowing server running on a different computer? Well, the process doesn't need to bother itself. The process that's trying to resize the window doesn't need to bother itself with that. Actually, correct name would be inform resize, because the resizing happens in your own process. Informing the windowing system of the resize is a different thing. So these two would be equivalent, but you could do it like that. And then, yeah, there's the whole distributed thing that ideally you can just call this one and not care about where this request is going, whether it's going through a network or not. That's none of your business. All you know is you sent it to the kernel, the kernel is sending it to whoever needs it, and then sending you back a response. So this is kind of the way that I was considering doing it. Like, even with something like commands. So you can send specific commands to the process, and then when the process boots, it's like, hey, here's the commands that I'm making available. Inform resize and anything else. And also, this is the process that's currently the windowing process. And if you want to replace that process with another one, then you can do that. And then the process can actually run in userland. It doesn't necessarily have to run in the kernel. So in a way, I could make IPC and file system APIs work the same way. Why is my... All right. I feel like by default, QEMU just makes your fans go crazy. Because I highly doubt that that was making my fan go crazy because of any like system requirements. I doubt it was overheating. It was literally doing nothing. But my fans were going crazy. And it happens on the Raspberry Pi 2 because I'm not controlling the fan, I think. Like I don't have any code for that. Not entirely sure though. But yeah, the way that I'm considering doing it is essentially you don't really need to know the difference between inter-process communication and writing to a file. Are you talking to another process? Are you talking to another process on a distributed file system on a network? Are you talking to the kernel? Are you talking to a userland process? Are you talking to a kernel process? None of your business. You just know that you have to call this API. That's it. Like this endpoint. And you send a request to it with like the data, the new size, and that's it. That's all you care about. So that's kind of what I'm considering doing. In a way, kind of inspired by the way that Plan 9, more than Unix and Linux and all other Unix likes do it, but the way that Plan 9 does everything is a file and the file system. It's just like Linux, like Unix, but more and more cohesive because it is a research operating system, so it's very like controlled. In a way also inspired by the way that, you know, an API for web is built. Because front-end web development is fucking atrocious. Back-end? Not half bad. At the end of the day, they're systems engineers and the other ones are React developers, so... I guess I'm a React developer now, but oh well. So that's kind of what I was considering doing for inter-process communication and for distributed and for anything. I provide some syscalls in the system. Obviously, those syscalls are important. Start doing UI in C. My brother, I am way ahead of you. Right now, there's only 3 elements, a label, a text box, and a rectangle. But one of these days, I do want to get a little bit, you know, designy. Kind of decide what I want the user interface to look like besides this flat POS. Sorry, POC. Proof of concept, not piece of shit. Yeah, proof of concept. That's what it is. It's a minimum viable product, okay? That's why it looks like that. That's why it looks like that. Now, actually, yesterday, I saw screenshots of Omarkey, or however you pronounce that. And I was like, it looks cool, but it feels very flat. And I was talking about how when Apple introduced flat design, they used a bunch of shadows and gradients to give still an impression of like a separation between what you're looking at. And I feel like Omarkey kind of lacks that. And that it's really subtle, but it really stands out. But for that matter, so does my system. This exact screenshot I looked at. This feels very flat. Feels like there's barely any separation between this and the desktop beneath it. I feel like there's more separation between the screenshot and the background of the screenshot. Also, if you look up Omarchy, it thinks that you are accidentally misspelled monarchy, so it shows you this. Or this. Or this. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Way ahead of... Ooh, that's very white. Ooh, that's also very white. No, 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 no. Come back, come back, come back. Ooh. Alright. Way ahead of you in doing UI in C. Honestly, taught me about macro hacking, and now I built an entire ECS system for a game in C. So, pretty happy about that one. I now have higher order functions and generics in C, thanks to macros. So that's pretty cool. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of like the idea for inter-process communication. I feel like I'm gonna end up doing it like this. Again, simple like client-server type of thing, but through the file system API. That's already there. So not bad. Just I would have to give processes the ability to register themselves into the virtual file system, which is another thing that I currently don't allow. So that would be necessary, but it wouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't be too difficult to do. Yeah, actually for November, I'm planning on doing like, let me think, let me start a list here. Inter-process communication. So I actually just decided, yeah, let's go for that. Virtual file system server, so to speak. What else? There we go. Top secret plan, MD. Boom. That's what I want to do for November. At the very least, the things I want to focus a little bit more on systems architecture. And so I want to start determining what I want these things to look like, and then, of course, also build them. It might not be enough time to build all of them in November, but they are things that I want to do. What else do I want to do? I want testing, 100%. Unit testing at the very least. And the interesting thing about unit testing is there's no framework for that on QEMU, so I would have to build it myself, which sounds pretty interesting. Security. So I have a few to-dos. Watch it be over 100. Oh, 95. We're so close to 100 to-dos in the project. All right, this one doesn't count, but the other ones. We're so close. Actually, this can be done now. But maybe I should do it when I can test it. I need to look into sound maybe tomorrow, so might be a good time to look into this to-do. All right, so there are a few to-dos here that there's one actually that has to do with the cursor. I want to look into them, and also I want to just learn, like, kind of make the system a little bit more secure, especially against buffer overflows, because there's You throw a stone and you hit 5 buffer overflows in this goddamn system right now. Oh, this is one of them. What happens if we pass another process's data in here? Like, what if I send an argument to a syscall for someone else's data? Very, very likely that I won't have any kind of checks against it. So that's a cool one to check out. Things like this, even like mouse position. Do we want you to have access to the mouse position when it's outside of your window? Then this for the file system access. I wonder if with a system interface for the kernel, I could lock it down even further and make it so that you can only access the file system or the entire file system through very specific interesting website, through very specific APIs. It's based on Hyperland. I didn't know actually it was based on Hyperland. I feel like someone a while ago was saying that it wasn't. So I was a little bit confused. Their website is beautiful. And for that matter, I haven't actually used it, so I may just be completely wrong about the shadow thing that I mentioned. Yeah, okay, so maybe that person was wrong, or maybe I misunderstood what they were saying. I don't know. Let me look at the Hall of Fame. The Chronicles of the Triumphant from Bygone Rice Contests held within our Discord. Interesting. Damn. Does this have sound? I'm not wearing headphones. It doesn't, okay. See, okay, this is kind of what I mean. What is going on? Oh, it's a screenshot tool. Okay, I was so confused. Like, why would you possibly want to use this? All right, this is kind of what I mean. Like, the interface is beautiful. It's amazing. Great. But there's no separation between the desktop and the window, which makes it very hard for the window to stand out. There's going to be cases in which that doesn't work well. And I was talking yesterday, actually now I could have shadows in my system, which I couldn't until recently. Now I can. So I can add them. Wait, it does have sound. Why do I not hear it? Well, first off, why is it muted for the stream? And second, why do I not hear it? Did Linux break again? This is Ubuntu, it's not supposed to break us off. Oh great, it was music the whole time. Alright, I'm assuming this is on their YouTube, so it's not a problem, but... Alright. What happened in terms of what? Okay, yeah, my microphone is working. Disnan type shit. Duskide, what's going on? The weirdo. These themes are beautiful, goddamn. Just gonna turn off the audio just in case. Okay, that message is giving my Twitch chat overlay. It's still copyrighted, probably. Oh, there's an ad running. I didn't notice them. That's 2 stream VODs that I have to edit in a row. Amazing. One was a wardrobe malfunction, the other one was a... Not mine. Minecraft's. And the other one was... what is it called? Copyright music. If visible and how the window frame is drawn seems to be defined by theme. Yeah. Yeah, no, my... Oh, okay, you're in an ad right now, so I'll answer afterwards. What am I looking at here? Do you just have anime playing in the background the whole time? Oh, this looks beautiful. I don't know if it's copyrighted either. If it is, there's a chance that YouTube will straight up just remove it. They're usually onto it. It's a beautiful theme. Not gonna lie, I do miss this kind of stuff, just having Ubuntu and not caring about customizing my system, but I don't care about customizing my system. Back again or not? What happened? Did you... Well, I can't answer that. Freaking plug in the what? Charger? Already. Oh, look at this one. Okay. Yeah, yeah, it's not Hyperland. I do think it's determined by the whole point of Hyperland is that you can customize it as much as you want. This is beautiful too. I love this. Love what this looks like. See, but if you look at most of these, for example, you can see... Shit. Couldn't really zoom in. You can see there is a border of some sort that... at the bottom gives a sensation of depth to the desk, to this window. It makes it so that I can see some depth to it. But at the same time, it doesn't really make it stand out in a way. Like, if it had a little bit of a shadow, that would make it, or even a little bit of blur, or whatever you want, but just something that makes it stand out, that makes it clear that this window is on top of the desktop. That kind of stuff, I think, really makes a difference when it comes to a flat interface. This one's pretty good. But like for the buttons, it mostly works. But then, I don't know, it gives it more depth. And when it gives it more depth, it makes the user interface stand out more. It's something that, okay, this theme mostly does. It does pretty good. It's a beautiful theme also. Omarchy, I feel like it just doesn't do it at all. It makes it look very flat to me. But as for what I want to do for user interface, like I said, same philosophy that I mentioned before. Customizable with a default. So, I'm gonna join a boring meeting. Oh, probably ending the stream soon. I gotta walk the dog and have dinner and stuff. So, most likely that's gonna be it for now. Like in 5 minutes or so. But I'll see you next time. I seriously am not searching for monarchy. I swear to God, this damn browser that almost got me in trouble yesterday. Super Grok. I think I didn't even realize that this was on the website's front page. It's like the worst combination of things. AI and Twitter. Like you couldn't make a worse combination. Well, unless Twitter got bought by Microsoft. Does a dot around something work? I don't. What do you mean? Let me see if they have screenshots on here. Not really. They have merch, but not screenshots. So I feel like when I looked at this, it made it stand out as very flat. But other Linux distros that use Hyperland, for the most part, they do okay with this. It's a really bad search engine, let's face it, it is. Oh, I thought the words that you were highlighting were the ellipses, but you meant the quotation marks. Yeah, that probably works. Jesus, fuck this browser, this search engine is shit. My God, I cannot stop looking at this wretched man. Google immediately understands what I'm trying to look at. There's not a single picture of an elderly, you know what, let me not finish that sentence. I would like to go to the UK sometimes. It's that simple to get pictures of a fucking of something, but even if you don't use the quotation marks, like, you get it. It's literally the same. Because oh, you know why DuckDuckGo is really bad? Because it's based off of fucking Bing. That's why. That's the reason. Why is that there? Why is that there? And why is it the first tab? For the love of God. I'm so tired of the tech industry, I swear to God. All of a sudden, making my own internet does not sound like such a stupid idea. But yeah. Maybe I should look into how Hyperland works to learn how to implement theming for Redacted OS as well. If they make it simple. If they overcomplicate it, which tends to be the case for Linux stuff, then no. But if they don't overcomplicate it, then I might be interested in basing it off of that. Okay. I'm thinking overcomplicated. You know who's most likely definitely done something with Hyperland? What's this guy's name? Is it Bog? Could watch an entertaining video of someone using it and not immediately knowing what he's supposed to do and probably failing a whole bunch in the process. I do know he did this. Apropos bad internet and AI. Oh god. Is it worse than dating AI? Cause oh yeah, well it's not dating AI, it's fucking AI. AI generated rubbish. Automated bots are producing a flood of AI generated content that threatens to push everything else out of social media feeds. Will this slump lead to the death of the internet, or perhaps the internet's a dead space already? Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, it's a documentary. Like, is it that internet theory type of stuff? From the sound of it, it is. I did mention a few streams ago that I don't know why, but I was watching a video on YouTube without being logged in. I was doing it in incognito, and then the recommendations, for whatever reason, it was an AI video, and I was like, you know what? Let me see what kind of shit is happening right now. And it was just the stupidest thing. It was two cats, like a mother cat and a son cat, going on vacation, like humans, all AI generated, obviously, and skiing, and it was just like brain rot but worse. Because at the very least, brain rot for the most part is human generated, so like this wasn't. It was just shit. And then all the comments were like, "Oh my god, the cats are so cute! Oh my god, they went on vacation!" YouTube Shorts introduced a Maker AI thingy just a short while ago. Didn't they say? Didn't they fucking say they didn't want AI generated slop on their platform and they were gonna do something about that? What the actual? Is it too late to call my therapist? Or I have a fucking crash out? It's 9 p.m. on Saturday afternoon. On Saturday evening, a good time for an emergency session. Hey, what's wrong? The tech industry is what's fucking wrong.
All right, everyone, time to get funky.
Fuck you. That's fucking gross. Everything about this is so fucking gross. Grosser than thinking that there's QA testers at OpenAI currently sexting ChatGPT before they rolled that out in December. This is grosser than that. Okay, no, it's not. There's someone whose official job is sexting on AI, by the way. Just want to point that out. Or they haven't quality tested their AI in the slightest, because let's face it. Yeah. Kinda hoping for the second one. Upscaling your shorts with AI as well. Alright, everybody. From now on, if you want to watch my lives and my videos, you go to redactedos.com. I'm about to fucking Terry Davis. Start streaming to my own website. Like, he did it because he got banned. I'm doing it because I'm banning YouTube. I'm banning them. Fuck this shit. Jesus. Oh my god. Has to be this fucking difficult to just exist in the tech world. I feel I'm being watched over. Probably stuff just a whole NSFW internet inside the model training container for 18 plus. I didn't even consider. There's people who had to train the AI to be able to sext. And there's people who have to test that. Jesus. Anyway. Grim fucking world that we live in. But AI. AI. I can't wait for it all to come crashing down. Every single company that's building these AI models cannot wait for that to happen. I hope it's as painful to their executives as possible, even though I know it's not gonna be. One can hope. A girl can dream. Make a better networking in Redacted OS, a browser, than OBS, and start streaming and coding Redacted OS and Redacted OS. Some future plans. I was joking yesterday about creating my own internet. I was also slightly not joking about replacing TCP. Because fuck that protocol. It's becoming less and less of a joke the more these people, you know, make a literal joke into billions of dollars. And screw the rest of us over in the process. So, beautiful. Absolutely fucking beautiful. I was sure that YouTube said that they were going to crack down on AI. YouTube prepares crackdown on mass-produced and repetitive videos as concern over AI slop grows. Do you see? Do you see why I call AI people psychopaths? Do you see why I say that? Do you see why I call Sam Altman a danger to society? He has nothing to do with this, but do you see? They're all like this. They're all like this. They're all fucking insane psychopaths. Jesus Christ. This is insane. Crackdown on mass-produced and repetitive videos. New creative tools. With AI. If you can't beat them, join them. How far apart are these? These are literally 2 months apart. These are literally 2 months apart. If you can't beat who, join them. This is not a product that they came up with in 2 months either. So when they announced this, they were already planning this. This is not if you can't beat them, join them. This is just to your consumers. It's just telling your consumers to go fuck themselves. Absolutely fucking incredible work from YouTube. Super sad to be streaming on your platform, to be honest. Fuck every single person involved in this project and every other AI project ever. And with that, the stream is ending. Go watch some AI generated slop after this, please. If you can't beat the zombies, join them. Or, you know, go play Project Zomboid. Wait, actually, they had an AI controversy last year. But it was a minor thing. Essentially just an artist that they outsourced to, that they had been outsourcing to for years, started using AI without telling them, and people didn't like that. Not really their fault, and I think they actually removed the artwork, so good job on their part. And I'm only talking about it because you said zombies in the chat, that's about it. Fuck AI. Fuck every single person, especially the executives, but every single person currently involved in working with AI. You are more than welcome to quit your job and join the rest of us back in, you know, sanity. But literal psychopath behavior. Literal mental fucking illness right here. The bad kind. The, you know, world-ending kind. Jesus fucking Christ. This is so fucking... I didn't know this was a thing. I genuinely thought YouTube's stance on AI was this. And then it turns out, actually, fuck you. You cannot create AI slop unless you do it with our tools. Hey, how dare you create AI slop without us? Jesus Christ. All right. That's enough of that. Please don't use AI. You have a brain. It's better than theirs. Probably better than that of the executives that push AI down our throats. So, please don't use AI. Look at the author title. Who's... Who, which, what? Oh, generative AI creation. Imagine being such a fucking parasite. Genuinely. That you call yourself a generative AI creation director of product at YouTube. What a fucking waste of human potential. Do you think in the future there will be AI robots and big neural networks and the AI can talk, hear, and see everything and learns of that? Future? Okay, so I don't think the brain dead people that are currently working on AI are capable of AGI, but AGI is possible. What we currently have is not going towards AGI. It is going towards fucking us over. It's a grift. It's a fucking scam. It's not even real AI. It's code. It's fucking predictive models. It's statistics used against you. That's about it. Director of Product Management, Generative AI at Mozilla Corporation. The usual suspects. It's always the usual fucking suspects. Damn. Can't fucking miss. Alright. Thank you so much everybody for watching. We started the stream 6 hours ago with game development. We then did operating system development. We then complained about AI. That's about how every one of my streams goes, to be honest. So thank you so much everybody for joining. Jester, get ready for a walk. Prepare your legs and your various... let me not finish that sentence. AI is not cool. I'm not gonna lie to you. It isn't. It isn't. It looks cool, but it's a grift. It's a fucking lie. It's smoke and mirrors being shoved down your throat to make as much money as possible before you realize that it's a fucking scam. It's not cool that humans made AI because they didn't make AI. They didn't make intelligence. They're pretending to make intelligence. They're literally faking intelligence. Which again, you know. Also, when ChatGPT was faking emotions and whatnot, we call that psychopathy. But hey, that actually we don't call it that. It has a proper name. But hey, you know. Faking empathy, not a very normal thing to do. Creating a product that fakes empathy, not a very normal thing to do. On top of that, it also isn't nearly as intelligent as they say it is. That's why it's a scam. So it's not cool in the slightest. It looks cool. It looks cool, but it's a chatbot. It's a digital mimic. That's actually perfect. Yeah. That's what it is. It's not real. Like, don't fucking fall for it. I fell for it at first. I was like, wow. Oh my god. ChatGPT 3 is so cool. Wait. Actually, never mind. It's giving Bitcoin and NFTs the way that people talked about it. Whenever people pivot from blockchain to NFT to AI to something else, assume that something else is a scam. Assume it's about as much rotten, shitty, hype-based technology as the rest of their previous things that they were excited about or doing were. Just a trend? Yeah. Something else is going to come along. And then any AI-powered products that you have are going to go bye-bye, and you're going to have to buy the new thing, whatever the fuck it's going to be. probably even worse than AI. It is a chatbot. It is a chatbot. Call it fucking chatbot. Call it a fucking scam. Call it the product of a psychopath. Call it speed running humanity's demise. Except being too incompetent to actually lead to that. Call it whatever you want. Okay, with that, I'm actually ending the stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. The next stream is tomorrow at 3 p.m. CEST, same time as today. That's Central European time. Spain, France, Germany, Italy. 1 hour earlier in the UK, 2 p.m. You can translate to your own time zone from that. And I'm going to drop a link to my Discord before ending the stream in case anyone is interested in joining. If there's any updates, I will talk about them on there. Bye for the third time, MX. You've said it every single time I've started to say goodbye. So bye, for real this time. I will see you tomorrow. I'm trying to end the stream. I didn't press the button. All right. Oh shit, wait. OBS is not responding. All right, it started responding. All right, bye everybody.